Good day and good evening, and welcome to Dailies Hangout stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Today we're just going to be playing Black Mage as we go through the daily roulettes, and as usual we will be skipping main scenario and guild tests, and mentor roulette and frontline. But beyond that we'll do all of them, and then we will do P12N and Thalia. Again, they have weekly rewards. In particular, P12N has a weekly reward that most people don't really care that much about, but it's there, so we do it for the fun of it. With that said, hey Castle, hey Ymir, hey Tristan, hey Aridel, hey Ross, and hey Traverse. I hope you're all doing very well. It's a dress with shorts. It's a combat skirt. It's actually really hard to get a cool pose with Black Mage for thumbnails without your jacket or whatever it is getting blasted away like that. So I settled for what I could get away with, and I think that worked really well. How many clips of Kai said over his ley lines will we get today? Actually, I have a feeling that there's a reasonable chance we'll have cases where I will be like, there's an AoE targeting my location. Maybe if I use Mana Ward, it'll be fine. Maybe. There's also the possibility that every single healer in my groups will mess with me with rescue. Hey Liv, and hey Helm, and hey Coco. Hope you're all doing very well. Don't we have a... which one is good for... oh, it's probably this one. There's a lot of those. Is that the best one? I guess. I do get full value out of it. I'm pretty sure. Sure, let's go with that one then. Also, we need more of this. They should make Surecast nullify rescue. Actually, Liv, Surecast does do that. Like, it actually does that. Surecast and arm's length makes you immune to rescue. Hey, Cat. And hey, Garsel. And Chester and Philippe. I hope you're all doing very well. Says I still remember one recent stream where Garsel was on Black Mage for the burn, and the second boss hit his ley lines directly, right after they were placed. Oh, that's a classic. The key is, if you're going to place your ley lines, well, obviously, if you're trying to play optimally, you want to use your ley lines on cooldown, right? As close to cooldown as possible. But if you actually want to get value out of your ley lines, you also have to go, will I be able to stay in them for the next 30 seconds? By the way, hey Saya and Chester, hope you're both doing very well as well. It's a really long journey if you restart when you're that far. And thank you, Chester. Just hit the like button. Thank you. Yeah, that's generally the idea, is that, sure, super helpful to use your ley lines on cooldown. But then, if you use them when you don't have 30 seconds to stay in them, then it's kind of irrelevant, right? Like, if you use your 2-minute cooldown here and you only get to sit in 10 seconds of it, it would probably be better to wait a little bit and then use ley lines when it works. Like, to give a specific example, the final boss in Etherfont, the big squid boy, if you use ley lines at the, like, around the start of the fight, or maybe a little bit into the fight, you can, like, if the tentacles come up and are going to hit you, turns out that Mana Ward can block them, at least from my experience. So in that fight, as long as you can find an opportunity to weave Mana Ward while in your ley lines, you don't have to dodge. You will have to dodge later, but you can sit in your 30 seconds of ley lines at the start. Goddammit, says I can't find the like button. Why is this new layout? I haven't seen the new layout yet, so I couldn't possibly tell you. But I would guess it is near the description. I've seen like a picture of it where it's like over on the right or something. Remember to pick up your book from Chloe. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Also, hey, Argoni and Zaf. Hope you're both and Silvermint. Hope you're doing very well. Isn't, if I understood correctly, isn't the Xbox beta like the free trial, like the one that goes up to level 70 or something? I don't know how long was the Xbox beta going to be? Does anyone know? Because I do have a feeling that you will have plenty of time, like plenty of content. What do you mean, Chester? I'm Danish. I don't understand German very well. Hey Catch, hope you're doing well. Right, with that said, we'll start with Expert Roulette. If you want to come along for Expert Roulette, come on over to me. That's okay, Chester. I feel like there were more people here just a moment ago. What happened? Hey, Sprigazalia. Hope you're doing well. Overall Denmark rating, I couldn't possibly tell you. Hey, Caetsu. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, don't worry about it, Chester. People have mistaken me for being Danish. They've also, well, they've not mistaken me for being Danish. They've mistaken me for being almost every other country than that. Some people thought I was British. Some people thought I was, some people thought that I was, French. Some people have thought that I was, I don't think anyone has mistaken me for being Spanish yet, but there's a little bit everywhere. So don't worry about it. When you press skate, stay tuned. I didn't do my opener there that well. I can say that much. I clipped for Flare instead of using Thunder 4. I think there's also been people that thought I was Irish, sure. Thank you, Chester. Thunder! And Paradox, why not? How about another Thunder? And Xeno. Paradox opener win. Fortunately, I know enough about Black Mage to know that you're not supposed to use it. It's just for the memes. Oh yeah, that's true. There was also some that thought I was Greek. Hey, Matoro. I hope you're doing well. Oh, that was a very nice stun. If only I had known you were going to do that, then I didn't have to move. How come you have 2 paradoxes in your hotbar? That's because both Blizzard and Fire turns into Paradox. Me in particular, then. Alright. Is this a good spot? I think we're good. I'm pretty sure we're good. I think my fire starter's going to run out. Nope. Hey Siffy, hope you're doing well, and also Ultro. Can I finish this? Oh. For a second, I actually thought you were all going to just leave me out to dry. Well, you did use Mana Ward. I'm sure you can take it. Which world are you on? I'm on Louisoix Chaos. You know, Ham, I actually specifically put my ley lines right under the boss because I was expecting I could stay in it. But then I misaligned my ley lines by like a 1 or 2 yalms, so then I couldn't do exactly that. I have done that previously. Mana Ward can soak it, sure. Yeah, actually, if Mana Ward was as strong as Black Mages think it is, I can't actually triple flare this. Sadness. Big sadness. My mana font wasn't ready. Sprig Azalea says, is there any reason the Final Fantasy 15 event is starting tomorrow instead of today? I have no idea. Like, genuinely not a clue why it is like that. But that happens sometimes. I know that sometimes the Mock Tome events also happen, like, on a Monday. Hey, Dagarian and Leandro, hope you're both doing well. Leandro says, how can I level jobs fast to 30? Do your hunting log for the job, because all the jobs that start below 30 have a hunting log, and you can do. And once you're high enough level to queue for dungeons, while doing your hunting log. That's kind of the fastest way to go about it. There's not much other options as far as I remember. Are you serious? Not sure what you rescued me for. I used Mana Ward. One. Are we counting the times that the mechanics target my ley lines? Hey Luca, hope you're doing well. I'm impressed by how precisely those lightning beams have hit, like, exactly where I'm standing every time. Blap! Oh. There's maybe pushing it a bit, I guess. Just lead with the biggest attack I have. I'm sure it'll be fine. Rico's alias is why do you agreed for all the gear in the dungeon, if I may ask? As Chester says, you can trade it in for seals, or you can sell it, or you can desynth it. Like, it has value. That's the point of greeding on something. You're trying to get it for the money. Incredible timing, Guzzle. I was just about to do that. Incredible. I was just using Umbral Heart to prep for doing precisely that. Philippe says, was Black Mage always a powerful job? There has been times where Black Mage felt not worth the effort, because like Summoner had, like, for example, a period in Shadowbringers, most of Shadowbringers I believe actually, where Summoner was stronger than Black Mage, was more mobile than Black Mage, and had more utility than Black Mage. So no, it hasn't always been insanely strong like it is now. But, like, relatively speaking, it is worth keeping in mind that jobs have always had very good balance in this game, compared to, you know, other MMOs, for example. So I don't know if the fact that your GP mains Black Mage has any impact on that. I don't think it has. It's the best I can give you on that one. I don't think it has, because if it did, then Black Mage would probably be even stronger. Or maybe he wants a challenge and he wants it to be difficult to be strong. Hey, 11! You missed the fish! Uh-oh. And this is why you don't just throw out all of your triple casts. Perfect. I mean, I know that in the second raid tier of Shadowbringers, Summoner was at the top, which, like, right next to Samurai, which isn't a problem. The reason why it would be a problem is that Summoner provided more utility than Black Mage and was more mobile than Black Mage, so it leads to these kinds of questions of like, why would I play Black Mage when I could play Summoner? This is something that we also see today, where if Dark Knight isn't great at doing damage, then you start seeing Dark Knight mains going, what's the point in me playing Dark Knight when Warrior has a better invuln for raiding? Warrior has better cooldown, like more universally good cooldowns than Dark Knight, and Warrior is easier than Dark Knight. Like, so why would you play Dark Knight? Meanwhile, if Warrior was weaker than Dark Knight, then like they usually just go, well, I mean, we have other reasons to play Warrior. Even though you have other reasons to play Dark Knight as well, you know, for example, enjoying the job. Like, I know it's an absolute shock that you might play a job because you like it, and the power difference between the jobs are so small that you can play a suboptimal job. It's okay. The real problem with playing suboptimal jobs is that sometimes other players get in the way of that fun. And what I mean by that is that I don't know, that samurai in your raid who insists that everyone else has to play the strongest DPS or something. Like, if the raid leader is already playing, I think Monk? Is it Monk that's the strongest, or is it Dragoon that's the strongest according to FF logs right now? Like among the melee DPS. Oops. Dragoon in the 99th percentile. So you have a Dragoon main who gets on your case because you're not playing Black Mage, for example. And that raid leader, quote unquote, is in their right to say that because they're playing the best one, so you can't like flip it on them, you know, Uno reverse card and go, why aren't you playing the best melee DPS? Because they are. And that's often what happens, is that people get focused on playing the best job they can, and they want everyone else to do that. And that causes problems, as I said, if you're not playing the best one. Some people just optimize like that. Not everyone, fortunately. But that also, like, a particularly interesting thing with that, this is not Final Fantasy XIV, but this is something that I've observed with Season of Discovery in World of Warcraft. This is like a very new mode, in the current raid tier there, where they do Nomuragan, which is extremely mean towards melee DPS, all mobs have an insane amount of armor, so physical damage is bad. So mages and stuff have a huge advantage. And, you know, if you could just go all ranged and do more DPS, you know, ranged have an easier time dealing with boss mechanics. That's usually how it goes, right? So why bother bringing melee if it's actually detrimental? So people start bringing more and more ranged, and you start seeing people like on Reddit complaining that melee DPS can't even participate in the current raid tier because of this. Meanwhile, you have 6-man groups beating this 10-man raid. 6 players beating it. So who cares? Like, those 6 players could have brought 4 melee DPS, and it would have been better than bringing nothing. So people can... So what I'm getting at here is that just because X is better than Y doesn't mean that you need to use X. And yes, exactly, Ultro. Precisely. The job that you will perform best at, you behind the monitor or behind your phone or whatever you are, you will play better with a job you like, because if you're playing a job you like, you're more likely to practice the job more and play it more in general, which will make you better at the job in general. Which will make you able to do more fancy stuff. Why aren't you playing the best job? A player that only gets 70% of what his job offers. Exactly. Exactly. Because that's the thing, is that when you have flavor of the month players, they will play what is supposed to be best, and they will play it until it's no longer supposed to be best. Presumably said fridge would still... How are you watching this on a fridge, Coco? Computer fridge. Also, hey Obama, hope you're doing well. Unfortunately, there isn't really armor and resistance in Final Fantasy XIV, not on the enemies anyway. Anyway, next up we are doing level 90 roulette. If you would like to join me for that, come on over to me. We have 2 new friends. Thank you. Well, now we don't have a tank. Oh, Aradel, I think it's plot 36. Thank you still, thank you. Only streaming while I'm at work. Well, I try my best to stream at a time where I can. It's okay, Aradel. It's close enough. I'm pretty sure people would see it. Or maybe see that it's not there. Game says, I also found that good glam motivates me to get better. Yes, if you have like a really cool outfit, you would also be more motivated to play that job more, to experience it more. Watching Kai from the Oval Office right now. Yeah, don't you worry, Graham. Gazel is really good at tanking with Dark Knight, so you should be fine. Who needs a tank? You have Mana Ward. Just use Mana Ward, Lamau. That moment when you get synced down and you lose like 5% of like your GCD becomes like 5% slower. It's the best, right? I mean, that was impressive. It was almost like the mob could see into the future that I was going to use ley lines because I messed up the weave, I think. Sync down to 50. I like the level 50 Black Mage rotation. Even if it is a little basic. It's my superpower that I don't actually mind getting synced down as a Black Mage. Hey Ronan, hope you're doing well. Now this boss is awkward as a Black Mage. Shoot. Shoot. This is a Black Mage in Sastasia levels of awkward. Like, come on! I'm not flare almost there, and then the mob dies. And I just start over again. Come on! Shoot! Come on! Shoot! Yeah. Shoot! This isn't going very well. Here's my master plan. I'll just shoot at the mobs further away. Shoot! I'm just going to use Mana Ward for that. Thank you for the super chat, Chester. It says, hit the like button. Oh, it does help. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it does. It actually does. Like YouTube's, you know, the algorithm and all that actually recommends you videos and streams and stuff based on what things you actually hit like on. But it also, you know, recommends stuff that people liked. So it does help. Thank you. Hey, Brontom. Hope you're doing well. Whoa. Don't know what happened there. Thank you for the gifted membership, Chester. You didn't want to get one for yourself? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Phantom says, how's the Xbox trial in EU? I haven't noticed it much, but I have heard from others that there's plenty of new players that are clearly, like, plenty of new characters that are clearly not bots. Like, that's a good sign. That's totally fair, Chester. That is actually a really, really interesting point. I guess you can't get a buy a membership just the 1 month. You would have to like buy it and then go in and cancel. It might be more complicated than just buying a gifted one. I get it. Nothing to apologize for. I was merely asking because I am curious when I see people just buy a gifted membership instead of getting one for themselves first. I expected him to die from that. I was picking up Reaper. I'm planning for that to be the next 97 other melee DPS. Reaper's actually very easy to play in my opinion. Like it has, in my opinion, it is the closest you get to like Summoner difficulty as a melee DPS. But unlike Summoner, it is worth keeping in mind that there are more ways to optimize on Reaper. Similar to Summoner, it gets really, really, like, down in the smaller details with that stuff, though. I think I goofed that. Do I get it? No! My fire starter ended. That was the stupidest way I could ever have done that. That was so stupid. I just had to fix my rotation instead. That was going to look so good with the transpose line and everything. And then instead it just became dumb because I took too long. Yeah, absolutely, Traverse. The difficult part about Reaper, like in the optimization parts, is mainly like max level, trying to like squeeze out every single point. Like the particular thing I believe that causes the most difficulty for Reaper is trying to both get things like double Enshroud while also not goofing up your Gluttony casts. Exactly as BSR says in game. Did someone say Split Shroud? It is basically if Gluttony had 2 charges. If Gluttony had 2 charges, then I'm pretty sure that like 99% of the complexity in Reaper would just disappear instantly. That is slight exaggeration, but I think you know what I mean if you're a Reaper main. Because if it had charges, then you wouldn't have to worry about using it exactly on cooldown. Oh nice! Just don't dodge, just kill the mob. Easy. Oh, Gazel says we'll use Living Dead. Hey Robert, hope you're doing well. Uh-oh. I think I got most of them. Dead enemies do no damage. The ultimate defensive cooldown. Just kill them. The interesting in-between traverse, I think, is that sometimes you have a black mage that takes no chances. Like, ever. No chances. Which means that they will, like, awkwardly shuffle out of anything that targets them without casting in between. And other times, you get the black mages who take chances they should not be taking. Which leads to them taking way more damage than they should. But that's like the in-between, because then you also have like the black mages that do take chances. That are taking chances they should be taking, and then the black mages that just play it safe, but they're not like being too careful. Was that far enough? Don't think that was far enough. I'm just going to clip weave that one. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking chances. It's more like if you're taking a chance you should not be taking, then it generally means that you're standing in something that you cannot survive. Like, that's generally what I mean by that. Like, a chance you shouldn't be taking. Thank you for the extra super chat, Chester. I really appreciate it. Are you going now? In that case, thank you for coming. Also, that was a little wasteful of a triple cast on my end. Didn't realize they were already dead. Chester says, good night everyone, have fun, hit the like button. Thank you. See, this looks promising. I think I was a little too early on the paradox there. That makes sense, Chester. Yeah, thank you for coming. What do you mean, stack marker? I'm pretty sure that mechanic was kill the boss quickly. Robert says, sometimes I move out of one AoE and right into another. It's a skill I like to call being bad. It happens. It happens, and sometimes you like completely miscalculate. Like earlier in this dungeon, I was trying to be like ultra mega big brain. I was like, okay, I want to set up so I can sharp cast my thunder, but to sharp cast without like clipping the GCD, I had to use an instant. So I used paradox to then weave sharp cast. Then I used thunder, and there was like, oh right, I also need an instant because I wanted to do my transpose line, my AF1 F3P standard as we call it, which is when you have a fire starter and you do an instant cast in ice, like in umbral ice, transpose and then use the fire starter with fire 3. So AF1 stands for astral fire 1, which is when you transpose in. That means fire 3 will do 40% more damage. And then F3P means fire 3 proc. But what actually happened was I did use the Thunder 3. I was so incredibly lucky that my what is it called exactly? like the polyglot counter ticked over and gave me a polyglot right as I needed it, so I used Xenoglossy and then lost my Firestarter proc to timer. Like, it actually ended. So when I finally transposed, I didn't have a Firestarter proc anymore. Like, it was smart, but I forgot something. Obama says, what's going on in the levels in Dawntrail? We will reach level 100 in Dawntrail. Never-ending battle. See, the thing is, Firestarter, I'm pretty sure used to be less than 30 seconds. I'm pretty sure it used to be less. And Thundercloud used to be less than... I think Thundercloud used to be 15 seconds or something like that. But because it's 40 now, the duration on the Thundercloud is so long. It's insanely long. So you can just sit on it until you need it. I think the reason why they went with 100 instead of 99 is because 99 is like... For a lot of players, like old school players, it was like the classic 99 because then you don't go to triple digits. But with Final Fantasy XIV, the developers might not even be sure what they'll do after Dawntrail, and if there's an expansion after Dawntrail and they plan to make the levels go beyond 100 in that expansion, then wouldn't it be weird to go from max level is 99 to max level is 110? I also think that it would look... I just want to remind you that one day we will have level 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 99 dungeons if we did that. GP himself also wanted level 100. Well, that also answers that. I think there's also just a lot of things, because as you get past level 50, jobs get things every 2 levels, so it would feel very weird to get something at level 99. It's fine, we'll go to 109. I'm not too sad about it. I do wonder what they'll do after Dawntrail. It wouldn't be the first time that an MMO went past that and then went, maybe we should, like, squish things a bit, and I am, like, mildly concerned how that would look in Final Fantasy XIV, given how strict we have been with, like, level brackets and stuff like that. So if he says, I think Firestarter was... You know what? I'll look it up. I'll look it up. I'll attempt to look it up. That looks interesting. Version history. What? What? I didn't even notice that. That's a random change. They can get that 2 levels earlier. Duration 18 seconds. It used to be 18. But yeah, that's still quite tight compared to 30. Dark Knight level 100 be like enhanced unmanned. I still want to just quickly remind you that we had enhanced unmanned before Shadowbringers. Like, that already existed. It was just that it didn't do anything when they reworked how Dark Knight works in Shadowbringers. Right, if you would like to join for 5, 6, 7, 8 dungeons, come on over to me. Huh? Oh. Thank you. Fire 10. We have a lot of people here. Let's see. Ah! Thank you. I'm trying to grab the people that I know for sure I haven't brought yet. There we go. We don't have a healer though. Runtome says we hit level 120 or something and burst windows are moved to 3 minutes instead of 2 because of the sheer number of new buttons they have to give us. No, they just adjust the burst windows to be like 30 seconds. Searing Light becomes a 1-minute rate buff. Chat overlay. Why? Why do you do this to me? Hey Cyanide, hope you're doing well. And that's actually, there was an interesting question that someone brought up in a recent stream. I can't remember the context that we got into it, but the first boss in World of Darkness has the level 100 death, which kills if there's like a multiple of 2 players in the circle. If you went into World of Darkness unsynced as a level 100 and stood in it, would you die? What's the bloodiest job? Paladin. The bloodiest job. What happened, Ymia, is that my chat overlay froze again. The reason why Paladin is the bloodiest of jobs is simply because it has the most buttons. But Samurai is up there as well. That's why they lost Kaiten, let's not forget. Right, everyone? I could have done that in a better order. Let's try that again. Oh, the mob's already dead. I thought they were already dead, my bad. Oh. Ow. I'm pretty sure I wasn't standing in that, but okay. Do I get double flare in this level range? I do. Ow. Ow. That moment when the Chimera and the Minotaur does a wombo combo. I got smacked into the dragon's voice. Wait, are there only 2 mobs? This dungeon is weird. I liked it better when I was soloing it. Yeah, personally, Traverse, I had to remove my teleport button on my hotbar for Paladin. Are you? Ow! Yeah. Yeah, this isn't my best performance. Well, we're going ley lines here. Hit me with your best shot. I know you're going to target me. Come on down. Yeah, there it is. Let me guess, you're going to make the wall of AoEs on my side of the arena, aren't you? I know you want to. Turns out it's a lot harder to schedule a foul cast when it has a cast time. Really, Brontom, you don't use cover? I'm guessing it is a pretty niche button. But still. Oh look, my overlay froze again. Indeed, Trevor. See, that is the fact that a lot of people look at the dungeon like this one and go, I have no idea where you are, is exactly the reason why I put it in my list of dungeons that people forgot existed. It's looking dire. He hasn't used Scathe yet. Come on! Blam! I got one fire too before the mobs died. People will run out of the cover? That is surprising. I've seen that with other beams, but I'm surprised that would happen with cover. Like, it looks like a tether, like, that you're supposed to do something about. Like, I'm not saying that it isn't the same as the other ones. It's just for some reason I have much less trouble with it being something people are afraid of, specifically with with cover. And it is a really short tether. I guess the best you could do in such a situation is just chase them. Just run after them. Why are you running? And then consider that Dragon Sight used to be 10 yalms as well. Oh, right. A persistent AoE, of course. I should have known. You can 3-man that one, right? There isn't a good path for me. I didn't want to manip through the circle AoEs. The thing is that Dragon Sight used to have a tether, just like how cover has one. The difference is that the Dragon Sight tether was like a thick red tether, so it looked genuinely dangerous. Like it looked like something you had to break. Like that it looked like a boss mechanic. It's like how people are afraid of Dodge Hunt because it looks like, you know, like an earth spell that the boss is casting, or salted earth, which has the only saving grace that, well, it's cast by the Dark Knight, so there's a reasonable chance that they themselves know that they put it there. Oh. Wait, it didn't stun? I was expecting a stun. It's okay. I'm just sending flares over from Narnia, everyone. Yeah, that was an extremely common problem, that Dragonside didn't really work, because unless you used it on someone who knew what was happening, they would start running away. So of course that will also happen with cover. And with Ether Pact on Scholars, right? Of course it will. Because it looks like a tether. I'm not entirely sure why that causes people to be afraid. Like, there's so many other things that you could put down that looks more dangerous than they actually are. And that's also true, as Zav says. There are tethers that actually requires you to get close. So, reactively running away is actually not a good idea. Like, as your default response? Not to mention that there are some tethers that require you to be close at first. So you don't want to, like, run away too early. It's a donut AoE. You just don't know it yet. Blap. I feel like I've seen this this shirt that says I've seen someone with like a shirt that says something like I'm a bomb technician. If you see me running, try to keep up. That's me running under the boss when I expect a donut AoE. Oops. Not far enough away, I guess. Haha! Transpose lines at level 70. Zav says, I had a tank recently that kept running out of dotons. Turns out they had all effects turned off. Well, on the one hand, at least there is an explanation there. It's not a good one, but at least there is an explanation. Like, if they had effects turned on, then it would have been worse, because then they would have been actively avoiding them. But if they can't even see it, then there's like some level of understandable excuse, right? And that's also true, Philippe. That's generally the problem. And the question that then, like, the follow-up question to this is if you run away from a tether, right? Like, if we assume that people run away from scary tethers, and scary circle AoEs on the floor. How do you make a tether or a circle AoE that doesn't look scary? Like, how do you do that and also keep thematically to the job in question? Because I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with... like, it's really hard because we have 3 different circle AoEs right now. We have Salted Earth, which is black and red, looks dangerous. Most tanks will not step out of it because it's the tank who put it down. It's Salted Earth. We have Doton, which is brown, which indicates earth magic. So if the boss or enemies are muddy or earth-like, then you don't know for sure. And then we have Slipstream, which is green, but has wind in it. So if the enemies are windy in any way at all, you know, then it might be dangerous. So what do you do? Like, I've seen people run away from sacred soil. Like, then what do you do? Also, congratulations on the mount, Ultra. Mick says you keep them 1 or 2 consistent colors and actually teach players about that beforehand. I suppose one way they could do it is that basically all beneficial things, like in dungeons, that you're supposed to like stand in, will show a blue circle AoE. Like, for example, the limit break like shows a blue circle or a blue line to indicate this is friendly. So they could have, like, they could, for players that are not the caster themselves, have like the color of the circle AoE itself be like more muted, so it isn't like super thick with the black and red on Salted Earth, but then have it like pulls out a blue circle every time it ticks, so that you can see that, oh, it's a good thing. But I'm just saying, just the other day I did Ichiascope, won't get into too much detail with it because it's super spoilery for those that haven't done it yet, and someone in my group didn't stand in the buff from our friend. Like the blue circle, that they actually stood exactly on the edge of it, as like almost like they intentionally skipped it or tried to dodge it. So, like, yeah, the problem, I suppose, is that you'd need to teach players that that's a good thing. You'd have to have some sort of, oh, I don't know, you could call it like Hall of the Novice. And then teach people what these markers mean. But you should probably make it mandatory. You know? That would probably help. Rescue the tank back into sacred soil, and then you know what happens next is they get angry at you and run away again. Obama says, is this a big enough problem to warrant a solution? I feel like people will learn quickly enough what to run from. Well, the reason why I think people are aware of the problem is that you see people do this at max level sometimes. Like, to reach level 90 and still think Doton is dangerous, you either, 1, have seen very few ninjas, or 2, haven't learned it. So that's usually what causes people to get a little bit up in arms. When they see a ninja use Doton on a single enemy in Crystal Tower, it's almost just, you know, haha, funny, because, you know, if it's a genuine level 50 ninja, then it's not so bad. But if you're max level, then there is a reasonable expectation that you've learned a little bit. Right, just a little bit. But as others said, being max level doesn't mean anything. Philippe says, isn't there moments on the MSQ that a friendly character uses big attacks that appear blue? Yes. Says, have something like the repeated text notice every time you have to have an NPC follow you around. Just so repetitive, everyone has to read it at some point. I mean... the idea is good, but do you want... like, because the thing is, if you can turn it off, then people will look up how to turn that off before they feel forced to read it. Because what's going to happen is that the pop-up will happen in the middle of combat, they will not read it, and then they'll look up how to get rid of it. And then they'll get rid of it. And if you can't get rid of it, then you have to remember that everyone will have to deal with that pop-up. So, I don't think we want this. I've also told my story before about a friend who played in Shadowbringers, was max level in Shadowbringers, played Endwalker, completed the MSQ in Endwalker, and didn't know how OGCDs work. So they basically didn't use OGCDs. Also, they played Machinist. So, yeah. You can get extremely far without understanding anything about the game. Like, they weren't using Gauss Round or Ricochet. How? The thing is, and I think I talked about this in my video about the problems of the Final Fantasy XIV tutorials, is that... Hey Philip, hope you're doing well. The problem is that you can get carried through the entire game. If you do all mandatory MSQ stuff with randoms, then you can get carried. Like, if you're a DPS, as long as the other DPS, the tank and the healer knows what they're doing, you can be garbage at the game, and it'll usually be fine. And if you're in a trial or a raid, as long as everyone else is good, you're usually fine. As long as you don't do like actually hard, like extreme savage and so on, you will not be noticed. Alright, Emia, have a good evening. So you can complete the game without understanding anything. And on the one hand, that sounds like a massive problem. On the other hand, is it? Like, if it's not hurting anyone, it's probably fine. This person isn't going to be doing extremes. And it's not going to impede a group that much. And they also play for, like, pay sub like everyone else. So as long as they're not hurting anyone. Sizzleman says, but you have your buttons and you look at them when you press them, yes? So, let me teach you how to argue for not using Gauss Round and Ricochet. Watch this. So, Heated Split Shot does 200 potency and generates heat gauge. Heated Slug Shot does 300 potency and generates 5 heat gauge. Heated Clean Shot does 380 potency and generates heat gauge and battery gauge. Let's assume you don't know that you can weave Gauss Round and Ricochet between those 1-2-3 combos. Gauss Round does 130 potency. That's worse than Split Shot, so why would I do that? That's stupid. Also, Heated Split Shot is a higher level action than Gauss Round, so I guess you're just supposed to use that instead. That makes no sense if you remember that Split Shot is also better than Gauss Round. You can use the same argument on Ricochet. If you don't understand that you can weave them, then Ricochet and Gauss Round are just objectively bad. Like, you wouldn't use them. You press them at least once to know how they work, right? Let's say you're not looking at your... you can look at your hotbars and not realize that those are not spinning. So you go, that does that much damage. That does that much damage. That does that. Oh, that does that much damage. And then you go, that's less. And that's less. So I'll just not use those. I know it sounds ridiculous. I know it sounds ridiculous. I'm just trying to, like, make a point that there is a way to reach this conclusion that isn't complete insanity. It's just being unobservant. Exactly. Don't put a limit on stupid. People will surprise you. Exactly. Like, that's why I'm, like, going so far as going, you can look at your hotbars and not notice this, because people don't notice this sometimes. Hey, Paradise, hope you're doing well. And also, Grim Reaper? Grim Weeper! A Grim Weeper. Zarb says, a friend of mine just presses random buttons on every job he plays. It's okay, Grim. They're in completely random order. I knew someone who was decently good at the game. I was in the same FC as them, it's a while ago. And every time I tried to teach people how to play a job, he would butt in and be like, just click random buttons, it'll work out. Which was extremely weird in contrast to the fact that this person had beaten an ultimate and he knew how to play, so he surely realized that pressing random buttons is not going to work, especially not with Shadowbringer's summoner, for example. But I'm pretty sure that the real reason for that was that to him it was somewhat obvious what you had to press. So if you just, press a little randomly what sounded right, you would land on the right thing, right? You would, like, if you had a general idea, it wasn't that important the exact order you used things in. That's a true logger telling everyone else to play worse. But yeah, it's the game's not easy. A lot of people make Final Fantasy XIV out to be incredibly trivial and easy, but I mean, Summoner in Endwalker. We can probably all agree that Super Mario is easier to play than Summoner in Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Right? So it's not that easy. Oh, I completely missed that one. Grim says, I've met people in level 90 content that still don't know that AoE skills area are a thing. Oh boy. Derby's, hey, hello Derby, hope you're doing well. M says, depends on the Mario level. Well, I mean, it's like, you grab Summoner right now and do the rotation on a dummy. That is one difficulty. And that's basically how you start learning it, right? Just try. Mario, you land in 1-1, a Goomba walks towards you. What do? You jump on it. Or you die. Frontome says Mario is a different thing. That too, but it's more like the relative term of Final Fantasy XIV is a more complex game than a basic platformer. And also that, Brontom, I'm pretty sure a lot of players don't even realize that Final Fantasy XIV is more like a rhythm game. I'm bad at platformers, so I would argue that playing Summoners easier. That is an interesting point. I'm also not great at platformers, but it depends on the context. For example, pretty good at Grime, which is like a side-scroller, platformer, Souls-like kind of game. But I'm not good at platformers. And also, as Cat Damon says, Mario has an insanely high skill ceiling. Like, it's a complicated thing. It's mostly that I'm saying that Summoner isn't as brain dead as people make it out to be. With that said, I feel like it's about time that we go into leveling roulette. So if you'd like to join me for leveling roulette, come on over to me. Philippe says, if Final Fantasy XIV is a rhythm game, what kind of song is Machinist? That's an excellent question. Let's see. Trying to grab people that I haven't had in the group yet. We have so many today. Like this. Do we have any tanks? And yes, correct, Brontome. Difficulty is relative, and that actually the difficulty is relative thing is also important for jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. Some people will find Black Mage incredibly hard, others will find Monk incredibly hard, some will find both incredibly hard, and some people will be like, wow, Black Mage is the easiest job in the game. So it's very difficult to talk about difficulty. Also, hey Kiki! Let's see... Anton says, what confuses me the most is when I see people in level 45 plus content still not equipped with a job stone, otherwise doing a good job. Some see me riding, thank me, others don't respond. That is actually really, like, that is very true. It's really weird when, oh. I'm guessing that we have to do this. Yeah, that works. I'm guessing that there was someone in the group that didn't have, like, Siren Song C or something. Can the game hear me? What? I guess you didn't have Shisui of the Violet Tides then. What are the chances? Who's the spy? He could be you. He could be me. That is an interesting question, Anton, and that actually also reminds me of something that I've seen a lot, is players that appear to know exactly what they're doing, like they even look up guides and stuff to like make sure that they're good and playing well, but they don't do their job quests or don't do their class quests and are confused when they don't get actions. The weirdest one that I've seen specifically with white mages, like it's almost always white mages that ask this, is that they go, so I'm over level 50, why am I not learning my new actions? Like, why don't I get job quests? And every time I sit there like thinking, how do I, in the most respectful manner, tell them that they forgot that that the final job quest at level 50 literally tells them you have to reach Heavensward. So presumably they knew what they were doing. They just missed this particular paragraph. Like, that's also why, like, a thing that I often bring up is that text tutorials are bad because people will skip them. And they'll just mash through. They'll just mash, don't care about the story, blah, blah, blah. And then they'll see an important text box with important information, and they'll click through that too. And I've actually had people, like, return to the game that forgot to equip their job stone. Because like it's not super. Like the game doesn't say to you, you're queuing for like a level 30 plus dungeon as a class. Are you sure? Which is a little strange, because the game actually says to you if you're queuing for something, but your gear's almost broken. It'll give you a warning, like, your gear's breaking. So the game actually checks your equipment when you queue for stuff. Like, it actually checks. Thank you, Zip. But, apparently it doesn't check your jobstone, for who knows why. So they have the technology. I was going to come to you. I was trying to, at least, but then my cast took a little longer than I anticipated. Yeah, that would be something they could do. Just have it pop up and go, you are aware you're queuing without a jobstone, right? Because nearly every single time that I've had someone without a jobstone equipped, they're just as surprised as I am that they don't have a jobstone. So if the game just said something like that is a start. Something that I've heard a lot of people say is, why does the game let you queue for high-level content at all without a jobstone? Which, fair. Absolutely fair. But, like, this would just be a matter of checking the equipment like they already do. Hey, Webbers, hope you're doing well. There's a ramp? What? Yes? Yes. Apparently there is. Huh. Weird. Jockey says peak Black Mage moment is pretending that you're weighing whether to finish casting or do a mechanic. As if we don't all know the answer. Hey, I was actually going to do something about it in my defense. It was just that I had miscalculated how long Fire 4 takes. And then I also got confused because suddenly the stack marker came to me. And I wasn't expecting that. It is me who says that the rule is that if you're too far away with a stack marker from melee range, then people don't come to it. So I know that I was the one who was memeing it up by not coming in for the melee stack marker. But then again, we have a group of 3 ranged players, so maybe it works. Cyanide says, I remember when I cleared E4S the first time, and when I looked at my gear, all of it was a sneeze away from falling off. One of the most awkward situations that I've had it was unsynced doing O12S with a very casual free company. But we had to hop out because at that time, if I recall correctly, you couldn't actually repair each other's gear in the middle of a dungeon. So we couldn't actually do anything. Someone in the group just had broken gear. Ah! Catch says, Lord help me, I'm in a dungeon with a tank who doesn't know he has an AoE attack. What dungeon? What dungeon are we talking? Like, how bad is it? How bad are we talking? Aurum Vale. Oh boy. Very recently, I was doing mentor roulette, and I landed in an already, like, active, like, I landed as a replacement in Aurum Vale. I get into the dungeon, I see that there's, like, one person in the first boss room, and, like, there's clearly mobs dead in the first room. So, like, there's a bit of a story there. So I asked the group, like, what happened here? And they're like, well, we entered the dungeon, and our tank was a marauder. They didn't explain to me how they lost the marauder, so I don't know if they kicked them or they left on their own. But given that it had been, like, 8 minutes... who could say for certain, right? And then they told me that they had 2 other tanks enter, like, as replacements. And both of them just instantly left when they saw that, oh, nope, this is Aurum Vale as a replacement. I'm not doing this. And then I came in and it was an incredibly easy Aurum Vale run. Like, extremely easy. Oh, I didn't do it in time. I mean, it was a very, very nice Aurum Vale run, because people knew what they were doing. They were just saddled with a really bad tank. Waver says, I had a warrior yesterday in Aurum Vale who would not use mitigation, but pulled the entire room. They were sprout, and I tried to explain to them about defensive cooldowns. It's really, really rough with Aurum Vale, because it's just not a good dungeon to learn these things in. Like, it's just too hard to take it at that level. And it's like, that's the real problem when you see someone in, like, a really high-level dungeon who's making basic mistakes, is that you look at the situation and go, I can't do anything for you. There's too much to unpack here. Like, I've been in Hallminster Switch and max-level dungeons with players that didn't seem to know what they were doing, and most of the time I would just give up trying to teach them very much, because I looked at the situation and thought, there's too many things. Like, if you have a healer who refuses to attack in a max-level dungeon, then what do you do? Like, you can try and explain it to them, but, like, if it isn't enough to go, it's okay to attack, then there is a deeper rooted reason why they're not attacking. So, like, there's something else you need to deal with first. Can you actually tank the whole first room? If you actually manage to pull the entire room, then the answer boils down to how good is your healer? Obama says, I've heard of healers refusing to attack before. What do they do exactly? Do they spam GCD heals? Some of them do. Some of them just spam Cure 1. Like, they spam a really, really MP efficient spell. So, like, they can get away with spamming heals for the entire run. Some of them just do nothing. Like, they'll just wait and be ready to cast a heal if you need one. Just in case you need one. The worst ones actually are those that, and I've described them with the nickname of Healer God Complex. They're very rare. But what they'll do is they don't want to attack. So they won't. Like, they don't attack because they don't want to. And they might dance if there's nothing to attack. Like, if there's nothing to heal. Like, they'll just... If you, as a tank, use enough defensive cooldowns that the healer isn't needed, they will not attack. They will just dance instead. Just so that they're ready in case someone needs healing. No one needs the healing, but it's there just in case you need it. But they're extremely rare. The ones that just refuse to attack and just spam heal, they're a little more common. I'm not sure why or how, but I see them sometimes. I specifically had a run in Holminster Switch recently where boss fights sounded like this. After every attack, like every time there was an AoE, instead of just stopping and doing this or this, they would just did this repeatedly. I was sitting there like, maybe I don't actually like the sound of your creation prognosis very much anymore. And yeah, exactly, Mick. That is generally what happens, is that there are players that they might come from other MMOs. They might also just decide that that's how it's played. Like, they read that the job, like the role is called a healer, and then they conclude how the job is being played from that. But if they come from different MMOs, in other MMOs, it's a lot more common that attacking as a healer is dangerous, or something you should be extremely careful about. Not something you do in a level 15 dungeon. That's like something that a master of the craft goes, I know that it's safe to attack here. Like, specifically now is safe. But in Final Fantasy XIV, it's like basics. Like, any one of you can say what you want, but if you do the Hall of the Novice, one of the first tutorials as a healer has the teacher say that if you don't, like, if there's no one that needs healing, you could sneak in an attack or two. So the tutorial itself says attack if there's no one needing healing. So like if I'm in a dungeon with like a sprout healer or a healer who's learning, right? And they attack when no one needs healing. And they don't like overspam heals when people need healing. Then I won't say anything. Because like they're following what they're taught by the game. If no one needs healing, you can attack. But you don't let anyone die, right? But if they're just spamming heals for the sake of spamming heals, then it's a mistake, right? Like literally a mistake. They had enough piety for that. I'm impressed they had that much MP, Gassel. But it was specifically that they would use Eucration Prognosis like 3 or 4 times after every raid ride. It was quite insane. I'm not sure where they got all that MP from, but I did see it. I did also record it, so I have a video coming soon where you will see it. And see, the thing is, while you're learning as a healer, it makes perfect sense to be scared of attacking. Because what if you need to heal? The trick is that you can just be spamming attack, and then if the tank suddenly needs healing in Sastasha or something, you can just cancel cure. So by attacking, you're generally not more like caught up in your casting than if you weren't attacking most of the time. Philippe says, what if it was called support and not healer? The problem is that people see that their job is to heal, and then they conclude that it's a healer and the game is wrong. Like, I've met tanks who think that their only job is to hold aggro. Isn't the point of a tank to hold aggro because they take less damage? Like, isn't that the point? They're not called aggro holder, they're called tank. Like, it's supposed to, like, imply a few things about the gameplay. Hey, Indigo Prophecy! Hope you're doing well. And welcome. Right. Next we are doing trials. So if you want to come along for trials roulette, come on over to me. Oh, there's a lot of people on there. There's a lot of people here. We have a little more space this time. Do we have 7 people? Like 7? I think we have. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. We do. I'll make a new group. So many. Do we have so many people that we have enough for 2 groups of 8-man content? We're close. Wow. Vivi says, the most confusing thing to me about heal-only healers is that how did they get through solo stuff? They know the attack button is there. The trick there is that if there's no one else attacking, then you can probably surmise that you have to be the one attacking. But if there's anyone else attacking, a lot of the time, a healer can get away with not attacking. And the NPCs will eventually win. So, basically, these kinds of healers can potentially convince themselves that their attack buttons are there so that they can attack if there's no one else to do it. Which is really weird. But that is my best suggestion. That was not a lot of procs. I've gotten 1 fire starter so far. Obviously, can healers cast buff spells as well? Not really. That's not really what they do. They, like, astrologians have, like, some damage buffs. But it's it's more... It's not exactly like that in Final Fantasy XIV. There was a time when healers would, like, apply protect and things like that. But yet it's very limited. And yeah, I get that, Obama. I get that one. That feels a little bit... feels a little bit weird that a tank can do so much self-healing that the healer can be completely irrelevant. That is also why... that's also the reason why I have a strong feeling that they'll nerf it. By the way, this beam, what you have to do about it is you need 3 of the orbs that are not on the floor to get rid of it. being far away from each other does nothing. Only one of you needs 3 orbs, though. Only one of you. Need 3 of them. And as long as you have the debuff, it's like having a permanent pyretic. It's really fun. Especially when there isn't even 3 orbs. Yeah. Cat says, wasn't Stone Skin at one point an ability he just had? Yes. It was actually an ability that... It was a spell, and paladins could have it too. Funny when first time the 2 black mages got the tether. Yeah. Well, I grabbed 3. As far as I could see, Unavara was standing still. Has Thunder 3 on the Primal of Lightning. Could you imagine if there were elemental resistances? Right, we're doing normal raids next if you want to come along for that. I see we have a lot of people. If you want to come along with that for that, come on over to me and we'll see if we can do some circulation. Well, that kind of solves that. Unless, Landia Sky, if you don't want to be in the group, then Milo can be in the group. I don't know. But this works. Zab says, I did a roulette on Sage for funsies today. I ran into mana issues because I didn't really need to do any healing whatsoever. And that's when you start using Ryuhori on yourself. Just for the memes. Because you have to do something with it. If Mug is above, then so is Chain Stratagem. Yeah, what I meant by saying it's not exactly like that is because when people say, do healers have buffs, then what I imagine is usually people are like maintained raid buffs and stuff like that, you know. Like, how do they play? Do they like how do they buff? So when I think like I was thinking like more like dedicated support. But yeah, exactly. If you don't have anything to spend your Adder Skull on as a Sage, then just dump them on yourself for the MP. But it is very like if you're not used to having that kind of privilege, then it's very easy to suddenly find yourself out of MP because you're not used to have to dump it. Whoops. Oh yeah, the healers used to have a bunch of stuff. Balancing hunting around dedicated support buffs is too hard? Suppose it depends on what you think about with that. Like, I think... Like, for example, if all healers had stone skin, I'm pretty sure the way that stone skin worked was that they basically used it the same way that scholars and sages apply their shield right at the start of a fight now. So it would just be an additional one, right? Tavrojoli is 10% damage reduction and an upfront heal. Keraholi is a 10% damage reduction and heal over time AoE. And don't worry about it, Obama. If one of the main complaints people come up with about about Sage is that its attacks are extremely hard to remember because it's basically Greek, and that's not even joking. It's literally Greek. Like, I'm like reading the actions of Sage, and I'm like, diagnosis, doses, prognosis, phlegma, Driocoli. Also, all of the buttons are blue. Yeah. And Moe says, "Don't worry about it." I mean, this is just like the jokes write themselves, right? Imagine how many quotes like that will happen from these streams. Just me talking with Obama. The only thing missing is people like stitching that together with with a clip of Obama saying something in real life. Out of context. Yes, as Caetsu said earlier, I was about to say something, but then you addressed Obama. Yeah, exactly, Zaf. That is also true, that ninja and samurai sometimes has this problem. But it depends on how you remember things. Like, it depends on how you remember things, I think. Like, that's a big part of it. So some people latch on to the unique icons for actions. Some people just focus on what keybind it is on for them, where it is for them. And some people remember on the name. And the thing is, because I'm a mathematician, I've learned that to like discuss something, you kind of need to know the name of it. So it's really hard for me to discuss an action in Final Fantasy XIV if I don't even know what it's called. So if I remember what everything is called, then I can discuss everything on the fly. And I do remember the names of basically all actions and like all of the actions that jobs have in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, if you describe an action's functionality, I can almost certainly guess what it's called. Like what the name is. And sometimes even the context in which it is used. And you're welcome to test me on that. Silvermint coming in like, it does like 100 potency and sometimes does double damage? Ah, Scathe. See, next up we have Alliance Raids. If you'd like to join for Alliance Raids, come on over to me. I don't know if it's just the same 8, but this time we would actually be able to have multiple groups. Oh. It applies a heal over time. Boom, I bet you can't guess that one. Well, it's a little too wide of a spectrum, but it could be region. Because that's the only... Isn't that... I'm pretty sure that's the only action I'm pretty sure that's the only action that healers have that only applies a heal over time effect. I'm pretty sure the rest of them do something else on top. Does that include lost actions? I was saying actions that jobs have. But I would guess region. Like if you meant Gunbreaker's Aurora, then it would be like, well, it applies a region and it has 2 charges and a cooldown. Also, hey, Chelsea and Rocky, hope you're both doing very well. You were thinking of region. Nice. Yeah, exactly. Also, Aspected Benefit would also be a close contender, but Aspected Benefit does upfront healing. So it wouldn't be perfectly accurate. It does both. So I think the only job action you could say that only applies a heal over time effect is region. Right? Or am I forgetting something? Like, if the action has to have only one defining trait, and that is that it applies a heal over time effect. I guess it could be like Whispering Dawn, but I feel like then you could have been like, well, and it's cast by a pet. Right. Is there a group 2? Like, do we have a group 2 of other players that want to join? Because then I can, like, put a timer so that we can queue at the same time if you want. Obama says, Physis at low levels is just a heal over time. It is. It's an AoE heal over time. With a cooldown. Delivers an attack with a potency of 100. Well, Scathe does that. But it actually doesn't say delivers an attack, so it would be a physical attack. It would be the first line of a physical attack because it would be the potency it does out of combo. Are we limiting to healer? No, it wasn't necessarily healer things. But Zaf, I specifically said that Aurora has 2 charges and a cooldown, which means that it has 2 additional defining features than region. Like, I could check actions. I'm specifically trying to guess which one. And the reason why it's hard is because a lot of jobs have, like, traits that add potency. And that additional potency makes it so that the base, like, the attack doesn't do 100 potency normally. What's the dancer step to again? See, fountain? Maybe it's fountain. Was it that one, Silverbent? Were you thinking of that one? Or does it have too many details because it's a step 2 combo and it has a proc? So not that one. Then it is... Wait versus deals unaspected damage to target and all nearby enemies with a potency of 1100 for the first enemy and 60% less for all remaining. See, it's not doubled down because that's 1200 and it's like 25% less. I believe it's not a samurai action because those are not over 1000 anymore. Is that Communio? I think that's Communio. I would guess that it's a ranged enmity attack then, Silvermint. Like, maybe Shield Lob, but I'm pretty sure the potency is wrong. It also says delivers a ranged attack, so that wouldn't match either. It could be shield bash, but then I feel like you had left out information. Are you leaving out information? Before we start listing blue mage spells, I don't think that there's a blue mage spell that delivers an attack of 100 potency and nothing else. Communio used to be just 1000 potency, but then they buffed it. The rest of the text will reveal the job. Mortar cannon is 200 potency, I'm pretty sure. Yep. .100 potency delivers on it. So it's a physical attack that deals 100 potency. It is probably an out of combo attack. Is it an out of combo attack? Energy drain. It could be energy drain, couldn't it? No, because that's a magical attack. It has to say delivers an attack of 100 potency, so it has to be physical. So is it out of combo? It's out of combo. So basically, it could have been fountain. It could have been fountain. What else could it be? Could it be a machinist thing? Nope. Thiago suggests reprise. Nice! Nice guess, Thiago. I would not have guessed that one. Yeah, that's fair. The additional information would have given it away. But actually, Silvermint, that's not out of combo, so that's not good advice. This is out of combo. This is out of combo. This has no combo. Nope, reprise is not a combo action. Enchanted reprise is just you have the resources. Reprise is you don't. It's okay. But yeah, it could have been hard because you've just gone, no, it's Schwerschau or it's Redoublement, and those would also have matched. It's okay, don't worry about it. That was fun. Right, so the alliance raid. Did we have a group 2 forming? Yes, no? Anyone a reprise mage? It is kind of funny because a reprise used to be good, like in quotations, but with Endwalker, because you can do a melee combo with 50 mana instead of 80, and reprise costs the same, it means that they vastly increased the value of mana, and reprise stayed the same. So now it's incredibly bad. I take that as no group 2. Just in case there's anyone that individually wants to join, I'm going to queue at 8:40. In Shadowbringer's Bronze Tome, the full melee combo cost 80 of each mana to use. I think it was like 30, 25, 25, but it was specifically a total of 80. So you couldn't like have one in the chamber and then like just stockpile for a second combo as well. And there's also the part that the Thunder and the Arrow generated like 11 mana each. So, like, once you had a melee combo at the ready, you kind of had to, like, go, do I use it now or the next GCD? Like, it comes extremely quickly. And manafication was also really weird, because back then it just doubled the mana you had. So you needed to have, like, 40 already for it to actually result in a melee combo. The reason why it just gives you 50 now is because before Endwalker, the maximum manafication could give you was 50 in each. So instead of making, like, instead of this song and dance, they just give you 50 now. Which is also better, because then you didn't have any prep to make it work. Like, if you plan it right, you can do 3 melee combos in quick succession. But yeah, back in Shadowbringers, Reprise still cost 5 of each mana type and did the same damage as the Thunder or the Arrow, as far as I remember. So in Shadowbringers, you had to use a 16th of a melee combo to use Reprise. And your melee combo was 1 step shorter, so your melee combo was slightly less powerful, but it also cost 80, so the individual value of each mana point was worth less. But then they reduced the cost of the melee combo, thereby making each mana point worth more. They also nerfed the amount of mana generated by most of your actions, meaning that the mana you did have was more precious. And then Reprise just stayed the same, and that's why Reprise kind of sucks now. Like, the only time you would want to use Reprise is if you have nothing else, but you have to move. Like, that's the only situation, and the thing is, it isn't helped by the fact that if you have 50 mana, you could just start a melee combo instead. Like, if you have 50 of both of them, you could just do a melee combo instead. That gives you like 12.5 seconds of mobility, so why settle for 1 GCD? Like, it's so super niche that it doesn't really, it doesn't do anything. Welcome back, Emir. We're queuing for alliance raids. And yeah, exactly, Chelsea. Because you can have 2 acceleration, a swift cast, maybe you have a double cast, and you can have a melee combo. There's just too much. Emir says, can I join? If you queue for alliance raids right now, there's a chance you'll join. There's also a chance you'll land in something else. But we are queuing right now. Yeah, that's the problem. If Reprise was reduced in cost relative to everything else, then it would be more doable. Like, it would work better. Because when they reduced the cost of a melee combo from 80 to 50, they reduced the cost by, you know, 37.5%. They also reduced the, I believe that the Thunder and the Arrow was nerfed from generating 11 mana to 6, which is actually really close to like 40% less. It's really close to. And everything else in the Red Mage toolkit that generates mana except manafication was also nerfed. And, well, actually, except for manafication and your starter AoE combos, the Arrow and the Thunder 2, they still generate 7, which they did before Endwalker. Really weird. I'm Traverse says, please implement a system that kicks AFK players at 30 minutes. Maybe the login queue wouldn't be as bad then. They have actually had, when Endwalker's release completely dumpstered the servers and just overfilled them completely. Oh, Graham is here. Zimia here. That is extra sad. We missed Ymir. But yeah, when Endwalker came out, they actually implemented a 30-minute AFK detection system, so they booted you if you were AFK for 30 minutes. Quick question. Does the sound really weird for all of you? Or is it just me? That did not fix it. I'll have to figure that out later. The sound is really weird for me. Like it's really bugging out, but I can take it. This sound is not too loud. But yeah, the reason why an AFK detection system like that isn't super effective is because what people did to circumvent this detection system is they would just have their characters like auto-run into something, and by auto-run I mean they would just hold down W. Ymir says, what have you got left? Well, after this we're doing P12N and Thalea. But yeah, that like people would have like different ways to like make sure that their character didn't even go AFK in the first place. And because of how the detection system worked, people would just like make sure that they were like on all day, because if they, like, in fairness, the reason why they did that was because if you tried to log in at like 7 or 8 in the evening, you were not going to log in. Like, it's very easy for someone like me who happened to come home from work at the time early enough that I could always log in. Like, I would always be able to log in before the servers got swamped. But someone who got home later would just be like, okay, so I can't play Final Fantasy XIV for like a month. So those people were like in the situation that they kind of had to do that to even be allowed to play. So I can't say that like I'm not. It wouldn't be fair if I like judged whether it was fair for them to do it or not, simply because I mean I didn't have the problem. Like it's the same as how I've said that it's very easy for people who are on the popular data centers to be like, oh yeah, I feel like it's a net win for everyone if we got worldwide data center travel, because people would, you know, just like fluctuate to those servers anyway, right? Like this is not that, but it's more to say that if you're already winning, then it's not very fair to judge the people who are just trying to like get a chance. If that makes any sense at all. Like those people who were doing this trick of like staying on all day while at work was because they couldn't log in if they like tried to log in legitimately, and that was regardless of whether everyone was cheesing the AFK thing, because the problem was that there was, you know, that many players actively online. For the most part, there were still some people who were like just staying in games they could dance in Limsa or something. Like, it's not everyone who did it, like for good reason. Ham says I was doing the trick during early Endwalker as a free trial player. See, that's especially problematic because free trial players wouldn't be able to log in at all. Like, if there is a queue, then you basically can't log in. You can't, because everyone who's like subscribed will get priority. No player, no CE. I have a feeling, Vivi, that they will not merge data centers. Like, I'm pretty confident that that will not happen. My guess is that the way that data centers work, where we have like a bunch of like separate like ecosystems, is partly because it is necessary. Like, if they could merge all of it, I could imagine that is something they would have thought about doing ages ago. So there's probably a reason why they can't just like shove everyone into the same one. And then there's also the community aspect, that now is it's a bad time to consider merging, because people are pretty attached to the data centers they're on. Yeah, exactly, as Gazel says, if they could just if they could merge data centers into one big one, then we probably wouldn't have multiple data centers in the first place. That's also why my main suggestion for resolving the problem with having a preferred data center that is bigger or rather that people just flock to, is make it so that the data centers can communicate with each other. Because merging them is probably not an option, otherwise we probably already have that. But how bad are the queue times? Because, like, I rarely have, like, any significant queue problems on Louisoix or Alpha. Merging them all would mean I'm no longer in Zalera. Yeah. I'd imagine that if they merged the data centers, it would still mean that the servers would be there. Caetsu, isn't the queues DDoS protection? Maybe. I do know that that obviously based on how the queues work, that it's probably not that the queue has to be like that. Like, it's usually like they're letting in people in waves. Bruh. Yeah, it's something like that I have every time as well, Obama. Like, around, like, 10 to 15 people, maybe 30 sometimes, but it always resolves really quickly. Oh, we're chains, which we receive a chains, which of course means that we go in the belly. And maybe not everyone. I see that our tank is the main tank, which is how it's supposed to be. So maybe we shouldn't have everyone go. But I don't trust B to do it, so I'll join. Didn't get very many Thundercloud procs for how many Thunders I put out. Very disappointed. Uh-oh. I assume someone else did the chains. Looks like we didn't. That's really bad. Now you get to see what happens if you mess up the chains. Welp. Indeed, welp. I know how to... I'm having this sound issue that I can hear here. I know exactly how to fix it, but I don't know how safe it is to change it while I'm actively using it. Like it's actively connected. Yeah, Traverse, what usually happens then is that they don't realize that there's actually a timer on the chains. Yeah, I'll see about fixing my personal sound issue when we're not in the middle of an alliance raid. I'll probably join with the belly and then just run to see if there's anyone who need, like, if there's any need for help with the chains. Just the do the thing person. That is really far away. Lonely. I'm so lonely. Oh, look, people. Friends. It's okay, Tristan. Okay, that's correct. Now we can kill the boss. Now we can get back to actually killing the boss. Yay! I don't feel like I see that attack very often. It's been a long time since I've seen this attack. It's a very old version of the find a friend mechanic. And that is why we don't greet the chains. Yeah, exactly. So what that mechanic does, the abandonment, is if you stand alone when it ends, I believe you get feared or something like that. You just run around. But it's basically the same as the dark red arrow that says you have to stand with someone else. That's what it does. I gave me clip material. What did I do? I mean, it basically means stand next to someone else. I can't remember if it has to be stand next to someone else or if it is stand next to someone else with the debuff. I'll probably check after stream, Angel, but thank you. I thought I applied Thunder to you already. Did it miss? Get ghosted? I can't remember if there's a different mechanic with the same marker for that, Zarf, but I do specifically just recall that abandonment is literally the cuddle marker. Oh, nice. We finished first. I also agree that it's not worth greeting, but you can greet a little bit. Just, like, don't wait until the very last second. That's a little too much. And tends to be the reason why it goes wrong. Right, let me just see if I can fix this odd noise. Hopefully it doesn't make my computer explode. I'll just turn off my microphone real quick. I can think again. It's like it's like that feeling when you have a cold where you're like, I'll never not appreciate having a nose. And when you finally get your, like, when you can breathe through your nose again, you're like, heaven. Through that entire alliance raid, I just had a constant, like, noise quietly in the background. And a lot of sounds, like every time the violin came in, like, the music just went crazy because it just couldn't deal with that noise. So I was sitting here trying to stay sane while also trying to be entertaining. So in my defense, I was a little distracted, which is why I forgot to check for the chains myself. And all I had to do was go into, like, my Focusrite settings and switch the sample rate twice. But that can be dangerous. Adjusting the settings on it while it is in active use can sometimes just make it explode. As in not like, but as in, oh, the driver stopped working. So I was a little afraid that maybe OBS would crash, or the driver would break, so my microphone stopped working or something. I've had that happen once. World of Darkness dubstep version. Yeah, kinda. It's really, really uncomfortable, to say the least. The three Kais: normal Kai, small Kai, and motor Kai. Does it happen often? It has happened on this PC. It has happened twice. My previous PC, it has happened like once. The first time I ever had it happen was during a small Kai stream when we were still in Stormblood. Like right at the end of the stream, where we were just like winding down, talking a little bit, then suddenly the sound comes, and I think my computer's actually about to explode. Like something is incredibly wrong, and I didn't even know if anyone could hear it. And back then, there'd sometimes be like 4 or 5 people watching, so if I said, "Can you hear this?" there was a reasonable chance that it would take a while before anyone would even answer. So I didn't know. So I was like, I guess I'll just like, like, call it off. Usually it's when your audio buffer size is a bit too small. How do I check that, Zaf? Also, fair enough, Rust. Thank you for coming. Let me just move that over here. He says, did you know that the boss theme for the not final boss is a remix of the Final Fantasy III boss theme? I did not know that. But isn't this for the mic? Because the problem is with the headphones. It happens really rarely. That's why I haven't like sought out a permanent solution. This one, it would increase a little bit. When you say a little bit, do you mean like 160 or do you mean like 256? By the way, we're not done with roulettes. We'll do we are done with roulettes, but we'll do P12N after this. Just like if I have someone who knows how to fix this on the line, I want to do that. If the buffer ever runs out, i.e. the computer isn't too busy to fill it, then the device will go out of sync. It doesn't know where the start is anymore. Anything below 256. So what does this do? Does it delay the sound? I think I'll mess with this a little bit to see if there's any change, like if I can feel any change off stream. But I do appreciate understanding how it works, because I feel like I looked into these things and got an answer I didn't understand originally. So I do appreciate you explaining it, Saf. Right. As I said, the next thing we're doing is P12, so you will get the wonderful enjoyment of watching me play Black Mage in P12N. If you want to join for that, come on over to me. I think I'll just clear the group so that I know who can or who cannot, who wants and who doesn't want. We actually have 8. Oops. I should have disbanded. Sorry about that. Can you disband the other group? How many do we have? I think we have... oh, we actually had 9. I think this is the first time we've had too many people for P12N. There's a buffer for the sound stream, so it can be filled asynchronously while the audio stream is played continuously. So effectively, it causes a little bit of delay, which you can see at the bottom of the window where it says round-trip latency. Ah, I see. Thank you. I will try and mess with it a little bit, and like just increase it to 160 or something, but I'm not super keen on messing with the Focusrite settings while I'm actively using it. I have at one point had to completely force reinstall the entire drivers because they broke. That was not fun, and I can't imagine doing that while I'm live. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to risk that. See, Emia says I can solo tank. We can queue into it with only one tank if you would like to also DPS, Matoro. But if you do want to duo tank, we can do that too. Yeah, I had this time, it's a while back, where like I was getting ready to record something like voiceover for a future video. I open SoundForge, which is what I normally use. I open like a record file. Click record, and it says you don't have a mic you don't have a mic inserted, like you don't have a mic. I'm sitting there with the mic with it turned on, and the Focusrite is like giving response like it can hear me. Nothing goes through, and it like I have a little note file somewhere on the PC that says how to fix it if I break it again. But yeah, that was not a good day. Have you tried casting Azuna on it? I tried. Standing there like... And nothing happened. It just, like, not even the magic happened. Cast Fire 4 on it. That's an incredibly bad idea. That's really cool stuff. Like, for me, I have had to look into some of these things. Oh, did Angel explode? Oh, we'll wait for you, Angel. But like, because I learn these things specifically to use them, the instant I figured it out, I'm like, okay, I'm good. I'll just leave it in a situation where it works. Like, I'll just leave it like that. And speaking of Fire 4 on it, I've had, and some of you might have heard about this before, but I've had incredibly massive problems with whenever I was trying to render videos, that it felt like a coin flip whether the video would actually render or just randomly crash. Which means that if I have a video that takes like 15 minutes to render, but it takes anywhere between 15 minutes and it crashes, then it means that I don't know how many hours it will take to make a video. And Monday last week, it reached a point where I could not make a video render. Like, it just never finished. I tried so many times that I had to find a solution. The problem, which has plagued both this PC and the previous one, is that my video editor, Vegas, has a weird thing where if it deems that your CPU is overheating, it just crashes. It just dies. And the thing is, it's more sensitive than the computer itself. So it will die before the computer system itself goes, I think we're in danger, we have to throttle the CPU to not overheat. So I fixed this problem by just telling Vegas to not use all of my CPU. So it wouldn't overheat, so it wouldn't heat up as fast. I've had this problem for 2 years. So speaking of casting Fire 4 on it, and the reason why it was so hard to find the solution is because every time you try to look up, oh, my video editor keeps crashing while rendering, people will be like, that's normal. So that makes it really hard to find solutions. Exactly, Girin. You can't believe I was so happy when it was finally resolved. Bontom says, you'd think after 2 years you'd just swap editing program. Yeah, you'd think that, but Vegas is really good. It's just that one problem, and because every time I looked it up, people were like, it's normal for a video editor to just crash randomly. And I've finally gotten to a point where I've got the settings and the rendering and everything to a point where I have managed to edit a video and render it with 0 crashes, like recently. Yeah, I'm a bit of a genius, I know. Says it should never be normal for a program to crash. I agree, which was why I was like, okay then. when it seemed like every time I looked it up, people were like, oh yes, it's normal for a video editor to crash. Like, okay, I guess you'd know better than me. Doesn't happen as often as when your computer's good. See, my computer is good, which was why it was so ridiculous that it crashed that often. It's just hilarious that the computer ran so fast that it scared Vegas. So Vegas caused it to crash itself. Like that's the funny part is that I told it to use less of my CPU and it's still running faster than my old computer. When it's skate time, it's never skate time. Skate time. Oh, whoops. I didn't look. My bad. I don't think I'll survive that. Thank you. But yeah, it's genuinely that every time I looked it up, it made it sound like everyone else were like, no, it's totally normal for video editors, plural, to crash. Yes, exactly 11. That's why it was even weirder when it was almost like it crashed more with a stronger computer. Oh. Right. There was the donut AoE thing, wasn't there? I know what I'm doing. Civi says, what's wrong with Scathe? The problem with Scathe is that it costs like half as much MP as Fire 4, but Scathe does an average potency of 120, so 120 of 20% of the time it does double that. Fire 4, like comparatively, does over 550 potency. So it would if you were in the situation where you had to choose between casting Scathe now or do nothing for 10 seconds and then cast Fire 4, Fire 4 would still be better. Like that would still be the better choice. Like if for some reason you had exactly the amount of MP to cast one Fire 4 or two Scathes, which is actually a possible situation, then it would be better. Like it's not possible that you would end up in a situation where you would have to make that choice, because you could just make, you know, a better choice. Like just switch to ice and recover some MP while you're running. But if you had to choose, Scathe is so bad that it would be better to just do nothing for 10 seconds so you could use Fire 4 once over using Scathe twice. That's how bad Scathe is. So you genuinely have to be able to argue that it doesn't cost you anything to even make Scathe remotely worth it. Like if you're already in ice mode but you can't cast anything else for whatever reason, then that would be a different story. But it's so specific. There's also the I think that I should add that it's not as terrible when you're at really low levels. Like the thing that makes Scathe so bad is the amount of instant options you have at max level. at the lower level you are, the better your other instant options are, simply because you don't have, like, Xenoglossy and things like that. So it is a complicated story, but Scathe is good in super niche situations, which is why we kind of make fun of it so much.
Such a singularly resolute soul. These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
I believe there's a Shine Brilliant for me.
Shine brilliant for me!
Shine Brilliant for me! Scathe makes the world tremble. The world shall tremble!
Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
Nice! We just barely got the funny meme quote, and then she died. Music. I'm guessing someone in the group doesn't have it. Yeah, like... there are a few spells in the Black Mage toolkit that are like that. In that they're not super helpful. With Scathe and Blizzard 1 in particular. The main reason why I keep Blizzard 1 on my bars all the time is because it's a huge problem if you, like, land in Sastasha and Blizzard is not on your bars. And it's not like I need anything else there. My muscle memory already tells me that I click 1 when it's Ice Paradox, which makes no sense. I know. It makes no sense. But I need it like that. And Scathe is, as if he says, it is like it is something you can use in every dungeon. Like, you can. It's just that in a lot of cases you don't have to. Like, you can do other things. But yeah, like, if you're in, like, a max level dungeon and you choose to go, well, while you're, like, right at the start of the dungeon, you might want to use, like, a high Blizzard 2 if you can, so that you're in stance. And then you might want to get, like, a Thunder 4 with Sharpcast out. Then you can use Sharpcast to get another Thunder 4 with Sharpcast out, right? Like, so you can, like, instant cast it. And you can do that a little bit while you run. Because that doesn't cost you very much. And most of your burst is still intact. You could even use a triple cast, because you'll have another triple cast. You'll probably have another triple cast for the next pack over as well. But you might not. And if you don't, then it's like, hi Blizzard. Maybe a swift casted freeze, but if not, you might want to, like, Umbral Soul a few times if you like. Or Scathe. So, like, there are paths that Black Mage can take that can lead them to a situation where Scathe is not bad. But in most situations, the way that works is that you have to, like, to exclude all other options one by one and go, oh, well, I'm not using that, I'm not using this, I'm not using this, and then eventually you go to, well, then your only option is Scathe. So it's not as bad as people make it out to be. But Scathe is not great. Derby says, I swear to God, it's a coin flip if Trinity of Souls hits you or not. How do you mean? I mean, do you mean as in you don't get the mechanic? Or do you mean it as in lag? Philippe says, I still use Blizzard 1 up to level 80 to level 59 though. You get Blizzard 4 at 58, so you would probably stop using Blizzard 1 at level after level 57. Hey Vyak, hope you're doing well. Lag. Yeah, you have to move a little weirdly early. Like, you kind of have to move as soon as you see the first wave. Your problem there, you're probably waiting for the animation. That could be. So for big grand finale, we're doing Zelaya, so I'm assuming that everyone's already in the group would like to join for that. If you don't want to join for that, you can leave the group, of course. And if there is anyone in the group who doesn't want to join for that, we'll figure out if there's someone who does. Can't be circling. Do we have anyone, just checking, do we have anyone who wants to try and queue into us? Or is it just us 8? Yeah, Blizzard 4 is really weird. Because when you initially unlock it, it actually replaces Blizzard 1. Hello, Fabi. Hope you're doing well. Right, I will queue at 4:20 in case anyone is going to quietly queue into me. Sometimes that has happened before, so I'll give that a chance of happening. Good to hear, Fabi. I'm also doing very well. If you're in Ice Phase, I'm guessing, Siffy, what Philippe is leaving out is that they go Blizzard 3, Thunder 3, Blizzard 1, and then Fire 3. I think it is best to finish with Blizzard 1 in that context, because when you're lower level, you'll probably cast Blizzard 3 and then Thunder 3, and if you're really lucky and you're paying extremely close attention, then sometimes the second MP tick comes out fast enough that you can do Fire 3. There's also the part that by making sure you finish with Blizzard 1, as Philippe is also saying, you don't sometimes awkwardly end up in the position where you have 9,600 MP because Thunder 3 was cast and then you cast Fire 3 and you don't manage to get like those 400 MP back. Those 400 MP don't really matter. Just to clear, you don't need those 400 MP on single target. On AoE, it's a bigger problem, but on single target, you don't need them. Because those 400 MP will be found excess anyway, most of the time. Especially once you have Umbral Hearts. But the principle of finishing with a free spell is still there. But yeah, I'm guessing what Siffy was looking at was if you're like you want to make sure that you start in Umbral Ice 3 and not 1 or 2 1 or 2.
Let us see how you fare against my servants.
Uh-oh. I'm tanking a lot, apparently. Oops. Exactly, Siffy. As long as you end up with at least 800 MP, you can use a finisher if you have one. The key word is if you have one, and also if you want to. And what I mean by that is, on single target, it is not worth it to cast Flare unless you're skipping the cast time. And even then, it's like, you need an instant cast to actually get the swift cast going, and even if you do, the gain is really small, so it's like... It's basically, you could get a damage gain with like 15 asterisks after that. Like, unless. Yeah, that's what I said, Siffy. That's exactly what I said.
I have looked forward to this
Maybe there's the stream delay messing with us again. But yeah, that's what I said. Is that it's really specific because you need that flare to only cost you one other spell. Like, if you were going to cast 2 fire ones, then you don't want to do that. But if there's only one cast left and you get like a fire starter proc or something, or a thundercloud proc, then it's worth it. But it is very specific. You just need a very specific setup.
Not all knowledge is wisdom.
Also, Siffy, you don't like you still need to make sure that the Fire 4 before that is an instant.
What answer will you arrive, I wonder?
Because if you weave Swiftcast there, as you described right there, then you will waste half a second using Swiftcast. And also you will waste half a second using Convert. Like, all of those spells there have to be instant, so it has to be like leading up from a triple cast. It's very complicated. Leah Spring says, I don't think a Thundercloud proc would even be beneficial if you have to refresh Thunder early to trigger Swiftcast or Flare. At low level, Black Mage is super weird about that, Leah. Thundercloud procs are actually your strongest attack, even without the dot. Like, you would want to use your Thundercloud procs when you get them. When you're in like at level 50 range. It sounds really weird, but it's true. It's that good. Or rather, your other options are that bad. So, if you have a Thundercloud proc, what I mean by you have a Thundercloud proc is almost always you had that Thundercloud proc right now because you don't want to sit on it when you're low level. Because Black Mage is really weird at low level. And it's super important, as I say, it's really, really important that I say it's like that at low level, because the instant you get Fire 4, it's no longer worth it to toss out Thundercloud procs early. Ever. You don't want to do that. Like, you have to be forced to do that for some reason. Exactly, Leah. It's specifically the super awkward Crystal Tower Black Mage we're talking about here. Ah, shucks. I banked on the wrong side.
Tis time for a test.
This might not have been the smartest time for me to spend all of my instant casts. Welcome to the game, Dennis. See, it shows Black Mage any suggestions for early game.
Not all answers can be obtained through
if your brother, if your bro, see here. If your bro chooses a job that starts in a different starting zone, so if your bro is not playing Gladiator, Pugilist, or Thaumaturge, so that's Paladin, Black Mage, or Monk, then you will start in different starting cities. The story will merge so that you'll see each other on the regular around level 15, so it's no big deal. It's a very minor thing, but it is worth highlighting that you will not start together if you don't, like, if they're not choosing one of those jobs. In terms of advice in general, remember to do your job quest. Do your job quests or class quests. When you have a class or job quest, so in the top left menu by default, in the top left of the menu, you will see like your main scenario quest. Right under that, it'll show us like another quest, like with smaller text. That's your job quest if there is one. So always do that. Always do that. And then secondarily, right after your job quest, do your main quest. Like basically all other quests are optional in comparison to the main scenario quest. Philippe says, is teaching slide casting ASAP to a new player a good idea? It's not necessary, and it will probably be confusing. If Dennis is starting to play, I'm guessing they haven't even opened the game yet, so it would be too confusing to try and explain it. But if you do want to if you want to get really fancy with some of the smarter tricks that max level players often do, Dennis, I do mention I both have like a mini guide as a short on the channel explaining what slide casting is and how to do it. I also have videos on the subject, but you don't need to learn that already. That's also true, as Dart says. There's also a quest to get a mount at around level 20. But yeah, the important part, Dennis, is that you don't have to do all of the side quests that appear all the time. Yeah, like those are entirely skippable. How fast can we get to level 15? Oh, it'll be some hours. It depends on how diligently you watch the cutscenes and how well you focus on doing the things that I recommended. Like, you have to do the main quest to reach that level 15 bit, because it's not when you reach level 15. It's actually when your main quest reaches level 15 that you'll reach each other again. So you if you want to meet up, you have to focus the main quest really hard. Is what I'm getting at.
Like the stormy seas, I'm a harsh mistress.
And also, as Philippe said, you don't need to farm XP anywhere with your first job.
I trust you don't mind if they play too.
Tiffy says you learn slide casting naturally. That's true. You might, at least. To try and give an example of what slide casting is, in very broad sense, is if you've played an MMO like Final Fantasy XIV before, like maybe you've played World of Warcraft, it feels like, as you'll see me do here in a moment, I'll try to do it a few times, it looks like I can move before my cast is finished. That's not a bug, and it is not lag, it's slide casting. It's basically the game allows you to move earlier than what you're supposed to. That's basically slide casting.
That's
And also, as Husahu says, it sounds like you've already... I believe you said you already had made your character, but if you have no specific preference, like, if you don't have any particular preference on what server to start on, starting on a preferred server gives you a... I believe it's 3-month long massive XP, like double XP while you're there. So you might want to do that. And there's no major downsides to starting on a preferred server. Yeah, exactly, Dennis. It's a little bit like taking advantage of iframes. That is a good way of looking at it. It's like, obviously it's nothing like that, but it's like the same idea of like, it's a very specific window of opportunity, and I guess that's also what you were thinking. So yeah, it's not the same, but it's kind of the same. But the reason why people bring that up is because Black Mage is in some capacity the least mobile of all jobs. You will spend a lot of time casting as a Black Mage, like a lot of time casting. But if you slide cast, then every single cast you do begin comes with like half a second or so where you can move anyway, right at the end. So like you go from completely immovable to, oh, I can move a little bit. Like you can like make micro adjustments which would let you move a little bit as you go. Hey Pokeshack, it's been a long time. Hope you're doing well. But that is the reason why people start talking about slide casting, because it's like, it's a skill that is mildly helpful for a lot of jobs, but it is extremely helpful for Black Mage. Like, it's way better. Oh, right. That thing. I'll just abandon my ley lines, I guess.
Stand firm amidst the storm.
Glad to hear that, Pokeshack. And I am. I'm pretty sure that the game will try to herd you towards the preferred servers quite normally if you don't like try to pick a specific one. So I'm sure like if you chose one that the game was like, you should pick this one, then you probably ended up in the right place. Ah!
Wind, guide my arrow.
Like buffering in a fighting game. Yeah, I suppose so. I don't think I play enough fighting games for me to use an analogy like that, but it sounds right. Buddy, can you get started with the intermission? I'm sitting here with my ley lines and thinking there's no point because you're just going to like become untargetable.
You can overcome this. I know you can.
Thank you.
Arise!
Apparently my chat overlay crashed again. Thank you, Caetsu and Gazel. I don't think I would have noticed easily without the clear emotes to look for.
Shall be returned to the star. Come, grant us our heart's desire. Stay not your steps.
I'm not very good at this, am I? Just put down the ley lines right where there's never going to be an opportunity to stand.
Those who hesitate are lost.
That was also not very smart. I did that in the wrong order and wasted an ether. Use an ether! But I only got 300 of them.
Behold the wanderer's arrow.
Yeah, Dennis, as others said, you can absolutely play Final Fantasy XIV on a controller. It's just different. I can't really give advice on it on account of having never played the game on a controller, but there's a lot of people that do, and there are people that have done the hardest content in the game on a controller, so it's different. And it's just a matter of learning it.
Here our journey ends.
Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow.
Blessings be upon you on the road ahead.
Exactly, Leah. It's actually insane how strong Thundercloud procs are. Like, at max level, Thundercloud procs are still really good. It's just that Fire 4 is a strong enough contender that you don't really want to like, waste them, I guess.
The sweet sorrow of parting. I beg you, stay the course to the end.
What happened? Where did the boss go? Oh, he left. He peaced out. And yeah, exactly, Darth. It's basically like the having Fire 4, which is so much stronger, suddenly means that Thunder with Thundercloud proc is no longer so cataclysmically insanely good that you want to use it exactly when you get it. Like, it's just a little less insane. Which means that you can keep it for when it's even better.
Seems we're being summoned. Go, my friend. I will stay here with the others.
Well, what job would that be, Darth? Yeah. Pictomancer. Oh yeah, I would also have trouble with that one. I have no idea how to play Pictomancer. Yet. Dragoon, Monk, and Gunbreaker, and maybe Ninja? I might play Monk. Like, these recent daily streams where I have chosen a job, like a specific job, I've specifically done like Scholar and Dark Knight and now Black Mage, because those are like the jobs that a lot of people specifically say are really hard. Like they have a lot of difficulty with. And Monk would also be that kind of job, where a lot of people would find it really hard. So that could be. But it is genuinely like, there's a lot of jobs where it's like, it's fine. Most people can kind of figure it out. But Dark Knight, Scholar, and Black Mage are jobs that I know that people often have trouble with. I'm pretty sure we have to move over there. What do you mean, Monk is hard? Isn't it just Dragon Kick? Wouldn't that be funny? What? It's all Dragon Kick? Always has been. Nice one, Zaf. And the last one is a donut, of course. Why not? Sure, why not? Interesting blessing, Eulogia. I mean, Leah, the thing is that Dragon Kick Monk is like, as long as you're only doing it for the filler of your rotation, then it is okay. Like, it's strong enough that it's basically okay. It's not perfect. The problem is when you start doing Dragon Kick rotation instead of your burst. That's when things go horribly wrong. And that's the reason why Dragon Kick is often compared to Infinite Paradox rather than Ice Mage. But that's basically because the power difference between is not super big as long as you make sure to do your burst correctly. Like, as long as you do the burst correctly, you can get away with Dragon Kick rotation. The key here is that get away with is not the same as it's good. It's just, it's fine. Like, there's a reasonable chance people won't notice because the power difference is small enough that often it can be boiled down to maybe there's crit variance. I think I swift casted the wrong thing there. No punish. Dragon Cake is the alternative to Boot Shine. It's the one that makes your... if you do it in combo, it makes your next Boot Shine do more damage. Like, if you do it in the correct form. I think I'm low on instant cast options. Don't understand why six-sided star is a thing. Yeah, as Mick said, it's a niche optimization option. If you're about to step away from the boss, like if you have to step away from a mechanic, you can use that to basically shove 2 GCDs into them instead of just 1. And that also means you can stand away from the boss for a little longer without it costing you anything. You can also use it if the boss is about to die or about to leave. Again, a very, very slight gain over not doing it. I hope I didn't use Surecast too early there. Six-sided star is Monk's ranged attack option. I mean... kind of? Kinda, yeah. Kinda. It's the closest you get to one, at least. Oh, by the way, that's incredibly effective. Like, we're already at... That was close. You almost got me, Ymir. Whew. You surprised me. I've had groups where the boss was at 40%. When that, what's it, Eudaimon Eosia finished 40%. This time the boss was at like 5%. Like, that's insanely fast. Level 100 Monk Kamehameha. Is that what Enlightenment upgrades to? Maybe an alternative chakra spender. Traverses. Yesterday I had a dancer partner me on tank when our other DPS was a black mage. When I asked, they said black mages don't get S3, so it wasn't worth it. Not true? No. The way... So let's take that one. grants Esprit to self and nearby party members upon successfully executing standard finish or technical finish. That's a little vague, because standard finish only gives to you and your partner. Esprit effect increases Esprit gauge by 5 upon successfully landing your actions. When party members successfully land a weapon skill or cast a spell, has a chance of increasing Esprit gauge by 10. Chance of triggering party member effect differs according to job. What that means is a job that performs less weapon skills and spells per second will have a higher chance, where a job with a faster GSD like Monk will have a lower chance, so that it sort of evens out. There is a possibility that there is, like, in very optimization focused situations, that like maybe a specific job generates like a smidge more than another one, and there's also a reasonable chance that a fast Black Mage will generate more Esprit for the dancer than a slow Black Mage. But it is designed this way specifically for it to make no difference. So I hope that answers your question. The thing is, that's not the most important thing when you're choosing your dance partner, like, at all. Like, as you can see on, I think, let's see, on Darth, as Darth is focused on, is what Darth is thinking about is, if the Black Mage is actually bad or does bad damage, then it might be better to partner the tank. Like, if the tank is doing more damage than the Black Mage, then obviously you partner the tank. But, like, in this particular consideration, like, this thought of reasoning, Darth isn't even thinking about Esprit, because it doesn't matter. So, like, Trevor says, didn't check their gear, but this was in Lunar Subterrane. The Black Mage did say they just got it to 90 and weren't that familiar with it. That is a better reasoning, but the suggestion that they don't generate Esprit is wrong. Like, it's just no. Just flat out no. That's not how that works. It doesn't matter. Like, that part doesn't matter. But the reason, like, basically the dancer got potentially to the right answer through the wrong kind of logic. They partnered the tank because the tank was strong and the Black Mage was weak. Not because of Esprit, but that's what the dancer thinks. Oh, by the way, Traverse, no drama in that. We're just trying to teach. That is an absolutely... That is actually so ridiculous that I feel like I should write that one down for Mythbusters. But yeah, the Esprit thing should never be a factor, because even if it made a difference, even if it did make a difference, it'll be so small that it doesn't matter. I feel like I missed something else. Denise says, are the main quests not playable in co-op? I'm asking this because my bro might start. There are a lot of solo duties in the MSQ. Like, a lot of quests where you have to do them alone. And many of the quests are like... I mean, you can go together. Like, you can walk around together. Then... Like, if you can go around together and do the quests. But the main quest is mainly solo. But there will be dungeons on the way that you can go do together. Hope that answers that question. So if he says Devilment is nice, but if you're not focusing direct hit, then it's kind of a waste. What do you mean by that? Devilment adds 20% additional direct hit chance. So actually, the less direct hit you have already, the more impactful Devilment would be. On the other hand, because crit, the stat, increases the crit damage and the rating, the more crit you have, the more impactful Devilment is. But Devilment adds 20% chance to both of those values. I know that's really counterintuitive because everything else stacks multiplicatively, but when they say an increase to a percentage, like this, like a chance, it's actually additive. I know it's super counterintuitive, but direct hit rate from Devilment doesn't care how much you already have, it just adds plus 20%. Just plus 20. So if you have 30%, then it goes up to 50. And you can't reach 80% direct hit chance, so you can't soft cap it. Exactly, math shenanigans. The verse says this may have something to do with it. The effect the Esprit gauge will accumulate when you or party members under the effect of Esprit land, a weapon skill, or cast a spell has been... Where's that from? Oh. Yes. So let's take that. I can explain this. No, it's not, Siffy. It's not. It's not. It's plus 20%. It doesn't care about how much direct hit you already have. Can I have a dancer? I have 0% direct hit now. 0. Okay? So if someone gives me Devilment, I will not direct hit per your assumption. Ymir, can you use Devilment whenever? Just whenever you like, just Devilment. Crit. Hit. 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 Oh, it would be pretty funny if I'm unlucky now, wouldn't it? Thank you, Cat Damon. Crit. Crit. This is incredibly unlikely, but possible. Critical direct hit. That can't happen if Devilment stacks multiplicatively. There it is. Also, thanks everyone. Yeah, just to be clear, Siffy, I'm not trying to like throw you out there or throw you under the bus. It's like it's specifically the reason why I test this is because how would you know? Right? Like how would you know? And the best teaching is demonstrating it. Like, right? Like you just have to assume that it works like that because it works like all other buffs stack multiplicatively. So surely this one does as well. Like, it makes sense. Like, I get you. I actually genuinely thought that way myself too. I had to sit down and like test it and calculate it like ages ago before I was like, oh. But yeah, it is plus 20%. 20% stat increase. Do we have one more devilment? Do we have a devilment left? Still 400. Okay. So the thing is, I can always, like, I can just make these claims, right? But the best demonstrate, like, the best proof is a demonstration. Yeah, everything, like, it's really weird because the way that it works is that a percentage increase like that, a chance for something is additive, and it's really backwards, but the reason is that by making it additive, it indirectly, in a really roundabout way, makes the benefit multiplicative. Which is really weird. But the explanation there is that you know what, let's just do actual paint today. It might be easier to read. Windows 11 paint. It has transparent background. Isn't it incredible? I hate it. How about if I do it like this? That better. The reason that it is like that is if you had 50% direct hit chance, then it means that you on average gain 12.5% more damage from your direct hits. Guessing that no one's going to argue against that. The reasoning is, of course, that you have a 50% chance to do 25% more damage. So if we assume that half of your attacks will direct hit, then it averages out to a 12.5% damage increase. If Devilment multiplied that by 1.2, then that would lead to 60% direct hit. Which is, of course, 15% damage. I do hear boss moves. Someone is in combat. It's not me. But if it was additive, then it would become 70%. Which is yeah, 17.5. In this particular case, it looks more. It looks like the actual example here is just that this better than this, right? Like that. That's literally it. But the reasoning is actually even weirder. I can't give a reason where I can say that's the actual reason why they did it, but normally a damage like a damage increasing buff will be better if you stacked with more damage boosting buffs, right? Which means that it would make sense if having direct hit isn't detrimental or beneficial, I suppose. That actually is really weird, really, really, really backwards. But I think the real reason is that if it was a 20% increase to your direct hit, like multiplicatively, it wouldn't be very good. Zahu says, this game, I don't think it buffs your stats. Actually, back in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, there was a trait that Arcanists could get. Or was it Summoners? That made it so sometimes your pet's crits would increase your spell speed, your stat, by like 30% or something. But if you actually sat down and calculated it, if you got that today, I don't think it was 30%, I think it was like 10 or 15%, but it would actually just reduce your GCD by like 3%. Like, it sounded way better than it was, because it was like such a massive number to actually make an impact. So there was a time where they actually did affect your stats directly. But yeah, the reason why they don't do that is because it leads to this kind of weirdness like this one. Like, that's the reason. It says, I feel like I remember a change to how directed gear scaling works in Shadowbringers to Endwalker. Was that a patch note or something? That wasn't a change to how direct hit scaling works. The change they made to... Oh, everyone left. The change they made to direct hit during Endwalker is... So something you might notice if you watch guides for example, Warrior from Shadowbringers or early Endwalker, is that the guides will tell you that Warrior hates direct hit. Like, hates it. It does nothing for them. It's terrible. You don't want it. The reason for that is that before this change, attacks that were guaranteed to direct hit just made the direct hit stat worthless. Like, it just meant that it just set your direct hit chance to 100% for that attack, of course. And the direct hit stat just didn't do anything. Which meant that warriors... You think paladins are picky now with their 0 skill speed. Warriors wanted 0 direct hit, and they were the only tank that wanted that. It's really, really silly. So, like, before the Paladin rework, Warrior was the picky one. So the change they made to direct hit were 2 things. Or rather, it was 2 things that are basically the same. When you use an attack that is guaranteed to direct hit, they, to my quick estimates, like I tested it somewhat briefly, like for 10-15 minutes or something, they grab your direct hit chance, like your actual direct hit chance, and just adds it as a flat damage multiplier, like on top of the damage that you would already be doing. So like direct hits do 25% more damage. So if you have 25% direct hit, it should increase that to 50%. Not 100% sure on that, but that was like the estimates that I got. And it was mainly focused on crit, and it was very focused on devilment for this particular test. And the reason why that's important is because critical hit works differently. Direct hit takes your actual direct hit chance and adds as like a flat additional damage bonus. And the reason why it's important that it's your direct hit chance is because that means this plus devilment, like on top. But crit does not work like that. Your actual crit chance is ignored when you're using an attack that is guaranteed to crit. They just say, well, you're already getting value out of critical hit rate because the critical hit, the stat, because it increases your actual crit damage. So there's no reason to double dip, right? But if you have a bonus that, like a buff that increases your critical hit chance. That is taken, like just grabbed as is and added additionally on top of your actual critical hit damage. So if you have Biss, full best in slot, then your critical hits typically do around 60% more damage, around that. If you have Devilment, that'll be 80% more damage. But not like 120% or like 100% because you get your critical hit rate. Like that one is just thrown away. But yeah, exactly, Huzo. The important bit is that it means that a buff like Devilment is good on a job who's guaranteed to critical direct hit. And the interesting thing is that this particular change happened in a very tumultuous time for Samurai. Samurai had just been reworked, Kaiten was removed, Midare Setsugeki was made a guaranteed critical hit, but because it didn't actually garner any benefit from buffs like Battle Litany and Devilment, Samurai wasn't very good. Like, it was actually very bad at that very specific moment. So bad, in fact, that you'd rather have your dancer partner with someone else who could produce more value with Devilment. And then the following patch, they made this rework to how crit and direct hit works. And suddenly Samurai was good again. Which means that some people attribute this rework to Samurai. Himia says, I don't like guaranteed crits. It does kind of take the value out of actual lucky crits, doesn't it? Zav says the reason Paladin right now doesn't like skill speed is that it doesn't really benefit, right? Not because you drift a bunch. It's like... It's a bit of both. It's a little bit of both. It's like you benefit extremely little from it, and it messes with your rotation. Like, it's basically like technically having skill speed is better than nothing, but it's so annoying for paladins to have skill speed that I'm actually pretty sure that a lot of paladins would rather have nothing. But to actually like explain how bad it is, I think actually I'm pretty sure that I included a more detailed explanation of it in that video, because Paladin was used as a very clear example, because they hate skill speed so much. But the general idea is that your burst is like 5 or 6 spells. 5 or 6 spells and 2 or 3 weapon skills, which means that skill speed will affect like around a third of your burst. And it doesn't really affect it, because it doesn't mean you can fit an extra action in. It's just that, like, it doesn't help very much. And your fillers are like 1/7 spell at minimum. On AoE, it's a third. So, like, Paladin uses a lot of spells that gain no value from skill speed. So Paladin scales a lot worse with skill speed than other tanks and other jobs in general. And then you add that you would need a ridiculous amount of skill speed to just fit one more weapon skill in your burst. And even if you could do that, why would you? That extra weapon skill will just be atonement at best. Right? Like, it wouldn't be very good. Like, it doesn't add something really amazing. Felipe says, how do Dragoons like skill speed? Is there a GCD recast time a Dragoon should aim for? I believe usually Dragoons don't want very much skill speed. But there are, I think, like, specific breakpoints that you might want. I believe, like, there's a very high skill speed build for one of the ultimates or something like that. But overall, the reason why Dragoon don't care that much about skill speed is because what you get out of skill speed for Dragoon is of course more GCDs. I know, shocking, which means more of your 10-step loop and more Wormwind thrusts, which for the most part just means more filler. If you can reach a very specific breakpoint, you might be able to like fit an extra GCD in Lance Charge, for example, but how much do you care about that? You might be able to fit an extra GCD in Battle Litany or Dragon Sight, but how much do you care about that? Like, you have so many OGCDs that it doesn't help that much, right? Just use Spell Speed Paladin instead so you can boost Holy Sheltron's heal over time. Someone's been watching Mythbusters. Tab says, I recall during the top world race, the leading teams all switched their fist range to Machinist because people were losing DPS checks because of damage variance. Are you sure that was the reason? Because I seem to recall that there was problems with like buff overflow because of dancers. So like it caused problems because you didn't get buffs because you had too many buffs and debuffs. So dancers were weak because of it. So I don't know if that was the only reason, the one that you're listing. Dad says ignore what Dragoon needs, wait for the rework since it will all change on Dawntrail. Yeah, I think that's a really, really unfair thing to say, Darth, because you know what? When Dawntrail comes out, most jobs get significant changes. For example, before Endwalker, no job would pick Determination over Directed. But in Endwalker, they quietly boosted Determination up from being 90% as strong as Directed to being like 102% as strong as Directed. So if you're going to make your decisions based on something happening in a few months, then what's the point with playing the game at all, right? Like, why are we even playing? The game will be different when Dawntrail comes out, and when Dawntrail comes out, there's no point in playing anyway, because then there'll be another expansion where things change in a few years. Like, focus on now. Leah says Paladin isn't the only tank that doesn't like skill speed. There are so many slow gunbreakers that I know that also work with it. That's true, Leah, but I will say that I do know, I believe it's Santu who sometimes watches these streams. I don't know, maybe they're lurking right now, but I do believe Santu said that, and it's a gunbreaker main who savage raids, by the way, that they would sometimes be willing to take the L and the slight damage loss to play fast gunbreaker because it hurts less when you're when you lose a GCD because of boss mechanics. And the reason for that is that slow gunbreaker has 0 GCDs to spare, like actually none. Maybe 2 every 2 minutes because of Bloodfest or something like that. But like the fast gunbreaker has like a GCD every so often that they can lose that one without it breaking their no mercy window. That doesn't mean that what you're saying is wrong. It's just more to say that there are gunbreakers that genuinely like skill speed. I don't think there are any serious paladins that like skill speed. Why live when you will die eventually? That's like the ultimate example of that. But yeah, like what I'm saying is that just because a job is getting a rework in the next expansion, that doesn't mean you shouldn't play it. I just want to highlight that Monk wasn't like slated to get a major overhaul for Endwalker, but they got the Masterful Blitz thing in Endwalker. They didn't have that in late Shadowbringers. So Monk players just woke up to Endwalker being like, surprise! So basically nothing's sacred or safe. We know that Astrologian and Dragoon are going to get reworked in Dawntrail, but there's a very real possibility that we wake up to Warrior no longer having inner release. It's possible that that could happen. I hope not, but it's possible. Maybe they decide they've had enough of Fellcleave. It's possible, but unlikely. Put that spell speed. Put it down. I'm surprised your job is much more fun now. Yeah, that's also true, Leah, that back... Actually, when warriors didn't like direct hit, there was this really weird thing that people did. I remember they did this in Stormblood as well. So... Let me just check something. Right, so... in both Stormblood and Shadowbringers, and also Endwalker, one direct hit materia, just one, in all your gear, gives you exactly 1%, like just about exactly 1% direct hit chance. So back when warriors hated direct hit, there was this thing where people would meld one direct hit materia in their gear, just one. No more, just one. And the reason they would do that is because there was the possible chance that they would be lucky and get multiple direct hits, right? Hey Flash Day, hope you're doing well. Like there was this extremely slim chance that maybe you would get like 2% of your attacks, like of your normal attacks that weren't guaranteed to direct hit, that would direct hit, and then that 25% damage from those direct hits would net be a gain, like it would be better than something else. The problem with that is that if you replaced that direct hit materia with determination, if you did that, then that determination would make the attacks that were guaranteed to direct hit anyway do more damage, and the attacks that were normal attacks that didn't direct hit would also do more damage. So on average, that determination materia would be better. Like, on average, again. So like the people that did that one direct hit materia, they were basically doing crit variance manipulation, right? Like, they were hoping that they'd get that 100 pass where they were lucky, because that would be the only time where it would be worth it. And even then, the guaranteed direct hits you got anyway would probably be more valuable if you had just gotten a determination materia instead. So like, it was a really weird trick people used, but the argument was sound, right? If like the upgrade from 0% direct hit chance to 1% is enormous, because it's the difference between being not able to and being able to. Like, it's the same reason why, like, with a Gunbreaker, the skill speed that brings you from having the ability to fit 8 GZDs and No Mercy to fitting 9 GZDs and No Mercy is massive. But sometimes people forget that if that's what you're aiming for, you also have to remember that you're also paying for the previous increments, right? Like, if you don't care about the jump to 249 or 248, but you do care about 247 because that allows you to have a 9th GCD, then you have to look at it from 2.5 to 247, not just 248 to 247, which makes it look a little bit worse. I'm just using Gunbreaker as an example because Gunbreaker is known to have this choice. Like, a lot of jobs don't have this clear cut of a choice. Imagine if they get rid of continuation for Gunbreaker and just made Gnashing Fang combo do more damage. They just make the animation lock on the Gnashing Fang combo double length. But yeah, exactly, Leah. Yeah, you got the same. I think you ninja past me. What? Yeah, and Giraheen, that is exactly how, like, that's how people imagined it. That 1% could, hypothetically, like 1 in a million, less than one in, like, less likely than 1 in a million. You could have that, like, god pull where every attack was a direct hit, and you only had 1% direct hit chance. Brontome says, the one change I can guarantee is that Reaper will get another finisher spell after Communio for their combo because Reaper's just melee red mage. I'm not super confident in that one, Brontome, specifically because of how Communio, like, finishes the Enshroud, but hey, you know, like, take a picture of this, maybe even clip this particular conversation, so that if it happens, you can, like, stroll on in here and be like, ha! I said so! I knew it! And then look, imagine what kind of profit people will see you as, right? That you just knew. Like, I have made the same prediction, like, over a year ago, that there's a reasonable chance that Bard will lose both of its dots with Dawn Trail. I said that before we even knew it was called Dawn Trail. And I made that prediction on the simple fact that Paladin lost its dot. Gunbreaker's Dragoon 2 now. Chelsea says, like, imagine having your burst while needing to hit Rampart or Camouflage or Heart of Corundum or Reprisal. Yeah, in that situation, the main problem is if you actually need that Rampart to be used at that specific time for some reason. But usually what you would do in that situation is... this is something that is a little difficult to notice in the moment. You can screenshot it as well. I could. I'd rather you get the value out of it, Brontome. But the thing is that people... The thing is that often when people compare Gunbreaker to the other tanks, it's often that, oh, Gunbreaker is the one with a crazy tight burst. It kind of is, but Dark Knight actually has a tighter burst. Like, they have even more OGZDs than Gunbreaker. And because Dark Knight doesn't have no mercy to put it in, Dark Knights weirdly sometimes feel like they can more easily get away with just, like, going, well, I need to use TPN now, right? But Gunbreaker, like, so how many OGZDs do you actually have that you need to fill? You have Blasting Zone and Bowshock and 2 Rough Divides, and those have to preferably be in 2 separate windows. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you have 3 more from Continuation, so you're up to 7. And those 3 have to be in separate ones as well, so that's 7. And then sometimes you have Bloodfest, and if you have Bloodfest, you go up to 8, but then you also will have 3 Burst Strikes that give you 3 more Continuation, but that's 11. You have at least 8 GZDs in the No Mercy window, which gives you 16 OGZDs in your No Mercy window. So you still have 5 free slots to put Rampart somewhere. The problem is that that's usually near the end, right? That where you start having 1 weave slot to do it, which is why, as Tabs says, if you need Rampart during the first half of your No Mercy window, just use Rampart before your No Mercy window. Problem solved. Because then Rampart will last for that part of the No Mercy window. If you don't need Rampart until, like, a good around halfway through the No Mercy window, then you will start to have holes where you can, like, weave Rampart if you need to. Yeah, so, like, you can be flexible about it. But Dark Knight, just for the sake of comparison, they're, like, just to peak it... actually, let me just say, let's just not include Salted Earth, because that's not in every 2-minute burst, but you would have Carbon Spit, Living Shadow, You could argue that Delirium or Blood Weapon would be in the burst itself. You could even include both, because they don't like... Neither of them actually signals the start of the burst itself necessarily, so you're up to 4 already. You have 2 Shadowbringers, so you're up to 6. And then you have at least 4 Edge of Shadows and 2 Plunges. So now you're up to 12. And you can have a 5th Edge of Shadow depending on your planning. So you're up to 13. Like, I'm just saying, we've already surpassed Gunbreaker here, but you could have Salted Earth and Salt and Darkness, so you could go up to, like, 15. So Dark Knight can be more hectic, but because they don't have No Mercy, it's usually a lot more, like, manageable to go, well, I guess I'll just delay this OGSD a little bit later. And Delirium and Blood Weapon don't actually have to be in the burst. Like, if you can time it right, that could be before the burst. It's not unlikely they will be before the burst. So, like, they can fall out of it. I see a little bit of a discussion about Gunbreaker bursts in the party chat. Let me just talk a little bit about that. So Ymir observed that Unavara was using Sonic Break before Gnashing Fang. You can do that. The main reason why people usually use Gnashing Fang first is partly because Gnashing Fang does less damage than Sonic Break and starts the cooldown on Gnashing Fang, and you can always finish that combo later. And if there's any raid buffs that come out a little slow, then it is better that Gnashing Fang is the one that is punished for that than Sonic Break. So basically use Gnashing Fang, Sonic Break, and then Double Down in that order, because it means that Double Down is most likely to get as many buffs as possible. But the reason why you start with Gnashing Fang in this weird thing where you start a combo and then return to it later... Sorry, I can see you can't even see my tooltips. But the reason why you do it like that is also because you can do Gnashing Fang and then finish the combo later, and that means that in your filler rotation... Gnashing Fang comes up earlier, and Gnashing Fang coming up earlier is nice because, you know, you get more Gnashing Fang combos. Like, that's the reason, but ultimately, just to be clear on this, as long as all of the attacks land in raid buffs, if there are any, then it doesn't matter. Like, the order doesn't matter that much. But there is generally a benefit to being consistent with your burst, because if you know what your burst sequence is, then it's easier to remember. But I just wanted to clarify that, because sometimes you can get very focused on this is the right way to do it, this is not the right way to do it. Yurien says I have come to the conclusion that I don't really like playing jobs with very tight rotations. Perfectly fine. Vivi says I was mid-fight, but Reaper being called melee red mage made me laugh way too much. It makes sense. It does. It actually does make sense. They're actually really comparable in a lot of ways. It's just like there's just enough differences that you can like go no, not entirely the same. They're close. So thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, Emir. Thank you so much. It's a big surprise. Thank you. I hope you all enjoy the emotes. Thank you so much, Emir. Once again. big 10 gifted memberships. What a surprise! No, I mean, it was a surprise. Genuinely, I don't sit here expecting you to do it. Like, even if you feel like it's predictable, it's not for me. I appreciate it. Yeah, Emia, and I get surprised every time. Thank you. So it's only tight if you want to 100%. I mean, if we start to go, this rotation is easy if you just don't do it perfectly, then it's going to be really hard to actually talk about anything. That's why I was like, I have a video where I talk about that talks about what makes a job difficult to play, and I have a video about that talks about what makes a job easy to play, and I can't remember which one. Thank you, Vashti. What was I talking about? Completely lost my train of thought. If you suddenly get a phone call from a mod, then you start to get worried, right? Quick, rewind the stream to know what he was talking about. Yeah, but actually. Right, I have a video where I talk about what makes a job difficult to play, like in general terms. And I have a video where I talk about what makes a job easy to play in like general terms, like what people have observed makes a job easy or hard. And in one of them, I believe I add a point where I'm like, Lamau, just click buttons randomly. It doesn't matter. That makes all jobs easy. Which is like, that is of course the extreme version of the, it's not that tight if you don't do it perfectly. But, I mean, that would make it difficult to talk about. That is what I'm saying. Just be a freestyle samurai. Actually, the thing is that when people talk about freestyle samurai, they often, like, talk about it like it's way worse than it actually is. Like, freestyle samurai can mean that some of your burst lands outside of raid buffs. But if you're not in a coordinated group, then kind of what freestyle samurai is, if we're focusing on freestyle samurai not being derogatory and mean bad samurai, is instead of following the strict looping rotation and all that, you instead focus on things like make sure Higanbana is up all the time. Try to make the most of your make your Shisui. Like, if you can make sure that all 3 GCDs in the make your Shisui that you spend it on are Kasha or Gecko, and you get more value out of it. And if there are no raid buffs, that's technically a damage gain. By virtue of not wasting Make Your Shisui on Yukikaze, for example. If you can make sure that Higanbana is exclusively refreshed with a Yukikaze-sen, that's also a benefit, but that can be hard to make happen, naturally. But, like, there are ways that, like, freestyle samurai can be good, and it's the same as how Machinist doesn't have to bundle everything in a perfect burst window. While Reaper has a very slight uptick and a benefit in doing the double Enshroud because they themselves have a raid buff, it's not as impactful if they're the only raid buff, right? And Black Mages, while you want to make sure that you're casting like a lot of long spells during ley lines, you want to be casting all the time during ley lines so you get maximum value out of it, if there's no damage boosting raid buffs there, then it doesn't matter what you cast. Like, as long as you're always casting so that you get the maximum ley lines value, right? Then it doesn't really matter that much. But if you want to be perfect, then knowing that being 90% is way easier than being 100% isn't super helpful. So it says just be 50% at the top of the bell curve. I think a lot of the time, if you understand the things that make the job do as much damage as possible and all that, then you can probably get like 90% without it being too hard. One Tom says this has been a long stream. Yeah, I do think we're also rounding up, but suddenly I got confused. Good night, Emia. Thank you again. Yeah, I hope that, like, so I just want to round up on this, that when I make these, like, daily streams where I focus on a specific job or a specific role or something, it's, like, a big part of it is that sometimes it can be really hard to understand how a job really works. Like, you can watch a guide, and the guide explains exactly how to do everything. You understand exactly how to do everything. You go up to the striking dummy and nail it. You go to the Stone Sky Sea, you go over, smash that P12S into pieces, no problem. Like, that striking dummy was no problem. Like, you have good gear, everything is in order. Then you go into a dungeon, and the tank pulls something. And then you go, what do I do now? You use your cooldowns, and then something goes wrong. Something drifts, and then you go, what do I do now? You reach the boss, you want to do your opener, but you don't have any Make Your Shisui charges, you're a samurai, so you can't do Gekko, Kasha, Yukikaze, Medare, Setsugeka. And even if you could, if you did, you wouldn't be able to apply Higanbana properly. So, like, everything just breaks apart because, like, you learned how to do it perfectly. But this isn't the perfect situation anymore. Exactly, boss steps away. What's my rotation now? Exactly. And one way to learn these things is, of course, to practice. Like, just try. Just go in, try, and see, okay, what do I do now? And figure it out. Another way to do it is to see someone else do it. This is also why a huge learning moment, if you've only played tank in Final Fantasy XIV, just as an example, if you've only played tank, so you've never seen someone else tank a dungeon, it might never occur to you that you should be pulling multiple packs or something, or that you should be using defensive cooldowns on trash. Like, we've all seen those tanks who just save their defensive for bosses, or don't use their defensive at all. There's a reasonable chance that they don't know how other tanks do it. They might not know, because they've never seen someone else do it. Like, it's the same with the healers we talked about earlier. Why are there healers that are not attacking? if you go into Final Fantasy XIV and only play healer, then by the time you'll have a co-healer, you'll be level 50. And you might already have come to the conclusion that, I know why the other healer's attacking. It's because they're an idiot. That's the reason. That's why they're attacking. They're wasting their MP. What are they going to do when everyone starts taking them? They're relying on me. They're only attacking because I know that I've got their back. So I have to be extra sure to not attack. Like, by the time you will have an opportunity to have a co-healer, you might already be so deep, like dug into how you want it done, that you might be able to convince yourself that it's the other healers that are idiots. But if you go into a dungeon, I always knew I was the smartest players in the game. Yeah, but exactly. So if you go into dungeons as a different role than your main, that will be a massive help, because it will give you the ability to learn how other people play the job or the role. Like, I've played Sage a huge amount. I've never seen a Sage use Neuma for the damage gain. So when I made a video talking about how tanks perceive healers, and the Sage main comes in like, actually, just wanted to say, you said that Sages might save Neuma for a big heal just in case the tank drops low. Pretty sure they wouldn't. Because they are a Sage main that always uses Neuma for the damage. They couldn't possibly imagine that a Sage wouldn't do that. I've never seen a Sage not, like, actually do that, but now that I realize that this is actually a small DPS gain, I've started doing that. If I know that I won't need it for the tank. But how would I learn that without, like, I would have to either reason myself into it, or I would need to see someone else do it. Chelsea says, I use Neuma for the damage. Unfortunately, I've never landed in a dungeon with you, Chelsea. But like, that is a perfect example of how you could learn by letting someone else tank or heal or DPS. Things like Azais for healing healing party bites as opposed to purely damage. And yeah, it's like extremely effective to see other people actually play, which then circles back to what I was actually about to talk about, or what I was talking about, is that I do a stream where I go, I'll do the dailies and I'll only play Dark Knight, or I do the dailies and I'll only play Scholar, or I do the dailies and I'll only play Black Mage, because that gives you like a variety of casual content where you see someone that hopefully you can trust kinda knows what he's doing, like kind of, and see, okay, well, what does he do in this situation? How will he deal with this problem? Like, how does he play? Because it's very easy for me to go, oh, you should always do X, Y, Z in this particular situation, but sometimes you can't. Art says, how is it supposed to be a damage increase at the same potency as doses? So, on single target, doses is 330 potency. Neuma is 330 potency. On AoE, Toxicon is 330 plus 165 per extra targets. So targets -1 because the first target is this one. Neuma is 330 plus 198 times targets minus 1. Yeah, sorry, I thought I mentioned it was for AoE Darth. Yeah, it felt like it was good to like spell it out anyway. Imagine if someone walked away from this stream going, Noima is good on single target. It's not. You're right on single target. You're absolutely right on single target. There is actually one way to make Noima a DPS increase on single target. And the way to do that is you do this, so you already have Eucrasian doses ready, and then your first GCD is this. So you can do this and this. Like, that's the only thing. Like, that's the way you can make Noima DPS gain on single target. It's, you're saving 1 second? How much DPS is 1 second worth for Sage? Like, however much that is what you're getting. So it's like, it's really, really small. And very expensive. Yeah, that's also understandable, Darth. I've also generally been like I've usually done this thing where I would just use Disgracia and Flammer, of course, on AoE, just spam that, and then just save Toxicon for if I have to step away. And the reason why is because actually Toxicon is, like, compared to Disgracia, Toxicon is less than 165 potency gain. Like, less than 165 potency gain. On AoE. Not as in less than 160 per target. No. Less than 165 potency gain, period. Like, that's it. And the more targets there are, the less damage Toxicon actually gives you, because Disgracia actually scales better with number of targets than Toxicon does. It's just that it takes like 30 targets or something for Disgracia to actually beat Toxicon, so it's... Toxicon is technically better, right? But if you use Toxicon at a time... Like, if you using Toxicon will lead to you not having Toxicon when you need it later, then, like, the small damage gain in the immediate moment will turn into a DPS loss later. Which is the reason why you might not want to do that. And that's also the reason why, while Noima is an actual DPS gain on AoE, like, literally it's better than Disgracia on AoE, like, absolutely, definitely, there's no objection to that, it is better. If using Noima will mean that you're missing healing, so you have to use Eucrasian Diagnosis, then Noima isn't stronger enough than Disgracia that it makes up that loss. So if using Noima for damage leads to you losing an attack later, then it's not worth doing. Which is the primary reason why I only do this if I know my tank. If I know my tank knows what they're doing, so that I'm safe, I don't need Noima. Like, that's the idea here. Tab says I only pull on Sage when I know the tank is cool with it, not worth it causing an argument for one Toxicon. The way I normally do it nowadays, now that I've started using Toxicon, is on the first big pull, I'll use 2 Toxicons. So I go from 3 to 1. If I can use one before the tank shield breaks, because I give them E-Diag before the pull starts, I might, I'll use that one while the pull is happening, and then I'll use 2. For the pull itself, so I go down to 1. Then, Or maybe I'll just use 1 even. But then on the second pull, I'll spend until I'm down to 1. So I'll, like, however much I have, I'll spend, but keep 1. The reason I keep 1 is because as we run up to the boss, I'll use E-Prognosis, so everyone has a shield, and then I'll override my own E-Prognosis with E-Diagnosis on the tank, which means that the first raid wide will give me 2 Adder Stings, so I'm back up to 3. That is not beneficial if the boss is pulled before you can set it up, but if you can set it up, then, you know. Exactly, Nick. You do it on the run up to the boss. But sometimes, like for example in Ether Font, it can be a little awkward because the bosses have those lines that you have to follow with like that little animation and stuff. So if you put up one of the shields before that, maybe they'll run out and things like that. So it can be a little awkward, assuming that it's the raid wide first. That's true. Usually it's a raid wide first. Almost always it's a raid wide first. Isn't that funny, by the way? Tab says, last time I pulled a head of a tank in a dungeon, he left the dungeon instantly. Question. Tabs, which data center are you on? It's not that I'm like looking to blame someone or something, but I'm curious. Cool kids individually eat each party member on the way. I'm glad to hear that, Bronto. I think, I can't remember, I feel like in a video somewhere I recommended that you could E-Diag everyone if you needed Adder Stings. Tab says, I'm from Primal. Right. So the reason why I asked, again, I'm not trying to point any fingers or anything, but the reason why I asked is because I rarely see people ninja pull. Like, I actually don't see it very much. And when I do see it, people generally just go, whatever. Like, if sometimes people have a bad day and will just be like, can you not do that? And usually, if someone goes, can you not pull for the tank? Like, if the tank says, can you not pull for me? If the person who's pulling for him starts defending themselves, the rest of the group will just be like, just let the tank pull. And that's that. Like, end of conversation. And then we just move on. Like, in nearly all situations I experience, but I'm on EU, and often when I hear these stories, it's like, it's often that it's NA. Again, I'm not saying that it's any of you that are the problem, but it's just interesting how different the regions can be on this particular aspect. If you look on a certain Final Fantasy XIV subreddit, you'd think ninja pulling is all the time. Perhaps that's all it takes is someone having a bad day to cause weird power tripping. Exactly. And that is also a particular reason why it can be a problem, Mick. That was actually something that I saw someone bring up very recently on one of my videos. I think it was on the YPYT video that someone said that they went into a dungeon as Gunbreaker. They wrote in the chat, kind of new, so please, like, I'll pull a little smaller because I'm learning. And the Sage just ran ahead and pulled for them anyway. And the thing is, what the person said after that, if I remember correctly, was, like, in the comment they left, was, how are tanks supposed to learn how to pull big if people do that? Right? Like, how are they supposed to do it? Like, how are they supposed to learn it if the tanks who are trying to learn just have to deal with that? Traverse says, I've never seen healers rescue tanks into packs, but I've heard that it's a problem too. I've been rescued by random healers. Like, as a warrior, I've sometimes had a random healer that used rescue on me. But the thing is, like in memory, I remember it happening with 2 healers that I didn't know. And in both cases, by the time they started dragging me forward, I had already clocked that 1, they are a Savage Raider, 2, they have seen my gear and know that I can take it, 3, they've observed that I'm playing well, they're playing well, and 4, the DPS are playing well. So they've already concluded that this tank probably doesn't mind by the time they do it. And correct, I didn't mind. I was like, alright, I guess I'll play around this. Like, I'll just manage. We do it this way then. The only complaint that I had... Wait a minute. Caetsu has become a Lalafell. Huh. That's new. But... like, the one complaint that I had is that one of the healers pulled me a little too early. Like, I felt like they could have waited a GCD sometimes, like just one GCD, and it would have been nice. But I didn't say anything, and like, as I said, it worked. It worked. So I was just like, oh, fine, we do it this way. And that's possibly part of the reason why I don't nowadays don't run into as many ragers, is because when people start doing something weird, I usually just go, okay, so we're playing Aurum Vale featuring person who doesn't know how to eat fruits. Exactly, Tabs. Tanks won't learn to pull big if people don't let them, but some also won't learn if they're never forced to. That's true. That is also why in my tank guides, when I talk about pulling, I try my best to be like, if I ever say you can pull small, I'll usually be have the added detail, like, but you should at least work your way up to 2 packs at a time. Like, that's like the minimum. Like, that's what we're aiming for here, right? Like, that's your target. When you reach that, then like you can figure it out from there. But you know, you're not supposed to pull 1 pack at a time, but it's okay for practice. Tab says, feels like rescue is used for griefing 10 times as much as it's used to actually save lives. That is actually also almost certainly the reason why people always get mad when you use rescue. I'm getting a lot better at taking it when people troll me with it. But I've never had any major issue with it. As long as we don't wipe as a result of the trolling, then I don't mind. That's it. I ran Fulmination on Roulette yesterday. The off-tank got themselves knocked off, and I timed the rescue perfectly so they didn't die. Wow, so like they're like mid-knockback, they're like scooting across, and then you're like, yoink? That's pretty incredible. I don't know, Traverse. I haven't heard anything about that, at least. But yeah, it's the thing is that with tanks that, like as you say, some tanks will never learn to pull big without being forced to, is that part of that is people being afraid of going out of their comfort zone. Apparently people just dying here, huh? But that is exactly it. That is also like, that circles back to what I was talking about in my video on tank anxiety and healer anxiety, is that the reason why people are afraid of doing it is because they're not used to doing it. And if you've never tanked a dungeon before, then it feels like it's the scariest thing in the world because you've never done it. So someone who has tanked like 5 dungeons will feel like the 6th dungeon is like, if they fail that, then they fail a 1/6 of all of their dungeons as a tank, which is actually huge. Meanwhile, if you've done 500 dungeons as a tank, the 501st you'll be like, oh, the healer's an idiot. Of course, why not? The DPS don't have their job crystals, job stones on. Why, sure, of course, why not? Insane, but let's see if we can make it work. But you have to like build your way up to those 500 before you just become like, whatever. And pulling big is about comfort zone in the same way that queuing as a tank in the first place is. I'm on a warrior, I don't need the party. I mean, I basically have a series of proving that indirectly. Like I think it is so funny because so I have this video that I posted a little bit ago about 10 insane wall-to-wall pulls, and I think the most repeated comment on that video is people going, "Where's Mount Gulg?" The reason why Mount Gulg isn't on the list is because I already talked about it at length in my video called the 10 hardest wall-to-wall pulls. Like I already mentioned it. I even mentioned in that video that I mentioned some pulls before. And I also mentioned when I talk about Stone Vigil and when I talk about Aurum Vale that I already talked about those dungeons, but I brought them up again because I had something more to add. So I didn't have anything to add for Mount Gulg, so I didn't. But what I think is interesting is that the last dungeon I mentioned on the list, I believe, is Anamnesis Oneida. The Giga pull at the end of Anamnesis Oneida. Warrior cannot solo that one, as far as I know. They can't, because there's too much ranged and too many dashes and stuff. Like, there's too much unavoidable damage that you can't kite. But both of the Giga pulls in Mount Gulg are soloable as a warrior. You can do it. You just have to run enough. Takes like 10 minutes each, but you can do it. So, if we were talking from the solo perspective, the Anamnesis Oneida pull is harder. Isn't that something? Sometimes you gotta give them encouragement too. It's really difficult, because what I try to do is when I have a healer that refuses to attack, I usually let them know that they could attack a little bit. Like once, I mention it. And no behavior change, I'll usually just leave it. Similarly, if a tank doesn't want to pull big, then there's usually a reason, and the healer going, just go for it, lol, is usually not the solution. Like, that's not what they were waiting for. That says maybe 10 mega pulls that are actually easy. Oh yeah, the first Giga pull in Zemail Darkhold, that is true. It's pretty funny that usually people cut it up in 2 parts just because it's so long. But because of the crystal's light, you can pull everything and it's okay. It's totally fine. It's actually easy. What I think would be dangerous about a title like that is that it feels like, specifically the Zemail Darkhold one is actually really easy. It's just that it feels scarier than it is. But most of the other mega pulls that are easy are not easy. It's more like, if you're really good, then it's easy. Like, I think that many of the mega pulls that I've demonstrated are really easy, relatively speaking. But that's because I'm good at it. Like, because I've practiced it. So for me, it feels not that hard. Also, I'm playing warrior, right? But I've had people say, oh, if you get Mount Gold and your tank is a Dark Knight, oh man, I hate it when they try to do the mega pull because it's just not doable. If we just rewind to one of the more recent Small Kai streams, I did it as a Dark Knight. Not synced down either. Of course, I had a healer that I knew was good, but it wasn't a problem. Because I'm not bad at Dark Knight, right? So like the thing is, if like to make a list of AoE pulls that are actually easy, it would be a list where it would be really easy to say something that doesn't feel right. And I think, ironically, that many of the pulls on that list would also be from A Realm Reborn. Like, the Giga pull at the start of Sastasha is a great example because it's touted as like super difficult, borderline impossible to do with randoms. But if you're a Gunbreaker, or I don't know, like a Paladin, actually it doesn't matter what tank you are at all because you're just going to spam AoE anyway, it doesn't matter, but Camouflage is nice. And your healer's a Scholar. And your DPS has AoE, like they're ranged physical, right? Then you can't actually do the Giga pull. And what I mean by that is that by the time you pull the boss, or attempt to pull the boss, because you'll have to have someone else click the corals, I believe. By the time you pull the boss, some of the mobs are dead. Like another example is in Doma Castle. You know, the part between the first and the second boss, where you just have to keep running and keep running and keep running and keep running, and there's those like turrets shooting and just have like, it's like 30 miles long. If your DPS are cleaving the mobs as you go, by the time you've pulled the last bit, the first ones are nearly dead. But again, you need like a Sage or a Scholar, and you need DPS that can AoE while on the go. And it's way easier if your tank is a warrior, of course. It's like, all of these pulls are like, oh yeah, they're crazy easy. If you have brought exactly the counter. Right? It's like, yeah, if you have brought exactly the thing that you need to deal with it, then it's easy. Like, a particular example regarding this male Darkhold is if you watch the video I did about insane pulls, I specifically requested one of my DPS play Bard for that one, because the jerk Anglerfish was going to put a physical vulnerability debuff on me, which I needed the Bard to remove and not the healer, because I suspected that the healer would be too busy healing me. So I had like planned out my team specifically to hard counter this specific pull, and despite that, we did it in the second try, not the first. We didn't kill anything in the first try, but we wiped once. I apologized to the healer after a wipe and let them know my living dead ghosted, and they responded, "That's okay, my benediction ghosted." Sorry, I greeted too hard. Same. Yeah, that's the thing, is that all those gigapulls are way easier if you're prepared for them. That's also why, like, it's pretty funny. I've seen people say all of the AoE pulls in A Realm Reborn are easy. The only thing that makes them even interesting to mention is that Warrior doesn't have raw intuition. And at the same time go, every dungeon, once Warrior has raw intuition, all AoE pulls are trivial because of raw intuition. But I feel like there are some pulls that are hard still, because raw intuition and bloodwetting only makes you immortal for a little bit. Welcome back, Cat Damon. We are about to round up, I think. Tab says, my love for bards goes from non-existent to immense when something needs to be cleansed in any optimized content. Bards using Warden's Paean, ranged physical using their damage reduction rate-wide, bards using Nature's Min, summoners using Rekindle on not themselves, black mages bothering to use Addle at all, reapers regularly using Arcane Crest, monks who remember they have Riddle of Earth, yeah, nice, very nice. Well, this list just ruled out most dungeon duty finder parties. Oh. It is quite funny when people don't use a cooldown that is basically free. Oh yeah, Dismantle. And Weaving Improvisation, those are great ones. Well, dancers using Curing Waltz at all. Cat Damons has been doing a lot of Bard lately as well. There are a lot of cleansable Doom and 90. Are there? I feel like I don't get hit enough by them to know that. Interesting. Well. Once again, we have a 3-hour stream turns into a 5-hour stream. However, if you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people in the chat, many of them, if not most of them, are actually in Discord community server, which you can also join. You will also find the weekly schedule there. We can see what else is happening on this channel in the week. With tomorrow, for example, we have a video coming out about the longest achievement in Final Fantasy XIV, and there's a few. I hope I can bring up a few that you didn't know, because a lot of people know about some of them. And in my case, we talk about exactly how many hours it actually takes. You can also find the announcement room, where I put links to videos, streams, whatever it is, when they show up. So you will always be able to find whenever there's something new there. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. And if you do, you also get a notification when I post these links. And you also get an additional notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you know when they begin and don't miss a moment. And also, just want to say, I did see Brontome said earlier. I would, let's see, what was it they said? I thought that was pretty nice, pretty fun. It was a little bit ago. Scrolling. I'd be down for a Just Math stream. I actually, initially, I made a Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters video where it talked for like 10 minutes about math on Summoner, and people liked it. Like, people appreciated it enough that if you may have noticed that there are more Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters videos where I've just, here's a myth, here's a myth, here's a myth, oh, here's this math thing for 5 minutes, anyway, here's a myth, here's a myth, here's a myth. So I've tried to include some more math, because some people like it, and it is a way for me to include it without making like a video with a too specific audience. Like if I made a video where I just talked about math from start to finish, I think a lot of people wouldn't bother watching it. Maybe they would. Maybe I should try it. I don't know how I would present a just math stream. But there's a lot of things we could talk about with the calculations in Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know if I could get a full stream to go with it. That's also why I usually just completely derail, like, a Dailies Hangout stream to go, okay, who said they don't understand how Astrologian's draw works? Which I have done more than once. So it's what we call Astrologian 101. I'm glad to hear that, Jade Nova. I'm sorry about the math thing, though. Collab with number 5. That'd be pretty funny. Oh, that's what you mean. For some reason I thought you said, but your math sound like meh. That's more interesting the way you write it there. I actually thought you said, that sounds boring. And now I also realize why the overlay didn't pick up your first message. But it took it from Mick for some reason. Right, but yeah, I'll think about that. I'll probably write it down. Maybe I'll do something like that. Who knows? Maybe I'll do like an extra stream where we do some math. Who knows? But I'm glad that people enjoy it. It is quite funny. I got a master's degree in math. Spent like 3 years on work and stuff that didn't really apply math. Then I made a YouTube channel where I talk about video games, and I talk about more math than I ever did at a job. So far, at least. So isn't that something? How to use a math degree? You make a YouTube channel. You know what they call that? Destiny. Yeah, genuinely, I have talked about more math by making YouTube videos than I ever had otherwise. Catch says, what do you do for a job outside, out of curiosity? I was a developer, but like a software developer, but then I lost a job. But hey, maybe soon I'll be a full-time content creator and streamer. Wouldn't that be amazing? Then we can talk about math every day. Woohoo! With that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, then it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it. You know, the thumbs up in the YouTube system. That tells the YouTube algorithm that this was a very enjoyable stream and you would like other people to enjoy it as well. So obviously that helps me a lot. Kind of, Catch, but it's complicated. It is a little bit complicated, but kind of, and we're working on that. But yes. I think that's everything I have, and I had a lot apparently. I'm looking at the time. Wow, I didn't expect to go that much over time. But thank you all so much for watching. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Maybe Thursday. Bye-bye.